Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in Jim Norick, we are going to get started with your National Red Angus Junior Show in just a couple minutes. We'll be showing our Red Angus in Ring 1. Once again, we'll be showing the Red Angus in the ring that the Limmies just got done in. So again, that'll start in just a couple minutes here in the Jim Norick Arena. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're about ready to get started here with your National Junior Red Angus show. We're excited to welcome our judge today, Mr. Alan Miller of Gridley, Illinois. Alan and his wife Teresa and children Amelia, Adam, and Will own and operate Prairie View Farms, a purebred Angus operation. The operation consists of 200 head of Angus cattle. He has been for 15 years a beef specialist with the U of I and has a PhD in ruminant nutrition. He coached the national champion 4-H judging team and has judged all over the country, National Western, San Antonio, and Fort Worth, to name a few. We're excited to welcome our judge today, Mr. Alan Miller. Let's put our hands together for Alan joining us here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Your first class in the ring is going to be Class 1. These are May heifer calves.
What what a great way to start off our Red Angus Junior show here. Really, really nice lineup, and these 10 younger May and June heifers that we have to start our national show off with today. And my compliments to all these exhibitors. It's really powerful all up and down through the line. I've kind of visited with Erin a little bit about how we're going to go through things today. She gave me a sheet with the numbers on all these cattle, and I'll certainly glance at that a little bit. But, I'm probably one of those, while I'm a big believer in the data and the numbers, I believe we're out here to evaluate the structure type and kind of these cattle, and as long as we keep everything within some parameters, that's probably not going to be a huge sorting factor for me today, but sure encourage you guys to look at it on your own sheets and use that how you prefer. I think there's a lot of good in all three of these top females. In fact, a number of these top-end females here, and there's some differences in their type and kind and some give and take amongst these three, and I wouldn't argue with anybody very long on these top five, quite honestly. There's some positives to all five of them. Heifer that I start with, to me, quite simply, just is the most complete, the most balanced, and offers the most in a lot of different areas. I love the rib shape, the boldness, the spring, and the depth of this female. I love the power she has when I get behind her. She's not quite as stout of bone and big-footed and powered up in that regard as the heifer in second, but she is certainly, to me, the one that's just beautifully presented, beautifully shown, super complete, doesn't have a big hole in her, and yet offers some really exceptional parts and pieces. I like that heifer quite well. The one in second, to me, has some things that really, really attract me. As I mentioned, I love the foot size. I love the bone. I love how she handles that when she gets out and goes. I love the length she has to her front end and how she blends that pretty well down through her shoulder. We start getting into some little nitpicky things on this heifer. Maybe explode her through her forerib just a touch more. If we could maybe straighten her out and level her out, lengthen her out through her hip just a touch more. But there's some really good things about this heifer in second. The heifer in third, when she gets stopped and all parked and all put together, there's an awful lot to like. Maybe as bold a bodied females we have out here, really fresh in the condition she's brought to us in relation to how massive and bold and powerful she is. She is one, especially when we get putting her on the lead and realize she's not acting the greatest today, so trying to evaluate through that. But she seems to want to push out through that front end and get just a touch straighter in that front knee and shoulder. Maybe as that one relaxes and gets older, maybe it'll be okay. But here today, simply not good enough. Now she's getting off of that front end to run with that top end, and that's where you could make the argument for this heifer in fourth. She's maybe a little better in that regard, but she is one from her shoulders forward. We could change just a bit for me. She's wanting to get out in that chest floor a bit, get a little plainer up through that front end. I like her a lot from there back. Big-bodied, bold-made, good-moving kind of a female that offers an awful lot from a cow standpoint. And then we come to a heifer in fifth. But if you want one with a little more frame, a little more extension, a little more stretch, she certainly checks those boxes. For me, in relation to the size and scale she's got, I like to soften her up a bit in her overall build and just stouten her up at the ground just a touch. But I like the extension, the levelness, and squareness she has. We follow her then with this dark red heifer coming out. That has a little extra boldness and a little extra stoutness. The youngest heifer we have in the class. And for that, I like the foot size she has. I like the bone she has. I like to smooth her up in her shoulder, maybe giving a little bit more body shape and boldness to her center body. We follow her then with a really powered up cow prospect instead of in terms of the rib size, shape she has, but a little plainer fronted, maybe doesn't balance up quite as well. Follow her with a female that she too is one that's got a lot of stoutness and a lot of power to her structure, but maybe a little tighter middled, a little harder body kind of a female. But as she grows and matures, the extra foot size and stoutness she has, she sure has some things to offer. Follow her then with two heifers just very different in their type and kind. I chose to go with the one that has a little bit more rib shape and dimension, even though we'd sure like to smooth her up in her shoulder and how she blends all together. And then follow her with a female that for me, I just like to soften up and loosen up and how she's made through her middle and maybe give her a little bit more length of stride. But I appreciate the neatness and cleanness she has through her front end and the length and levelness she has throughout.
Well, congratulations in our first class of Red Angus females. First place to go to back number 50102. Congratulations to Olivia Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. Second place went to Tegan Lee. Third place in that class will go to Lauren Wolter. Fourth place, Avery McMurphy. Fifth place, Macy Weems. Sixth place in that class will go to Landon Vogue. Seventh place, Cooper Misparin. Eighth place in that class, and congratulations to Caden Kephart. Ninth place will go to Caleb Williams, and 10th place in that class, Camden Walter. We're now going to bring in Class 2A. These will be April heifer calves.
Another Another really strong class out here, and particularly these top couple heifers once again. I think there's a lot of quality and some give and take amongst this pair. The heifer that I'm starting with, quite simply, is probably just a little more ready today and a little more, I guess, of a sure thing, in my opinion. This is a female that's great bodied. She really gets around the ring good, really reaches good off of both ends. She's not maybe quite as exquisite down through that neck and chest, floor, and lower shoulders, maybe a couple of these other heifers, but I think certainly one that just blends everything together really, really well. Really bold bodied, really powerful when I get behind this female. It's one of the things I really like about her is just the width she has, the width of base she has, the muscle and the overall stoutness, and still does it in a really feminine, really maternal looking package. The one in second's one that probably caught my eye as she first comes in the ring, just for the future and the potential I see in this heifer. Probably the greenest, freshest heifer in this class out here. She's a heifer that's super sound in her movement. She's a heifer that's really extended, really neat up through that front end. She's greener, and she doesn't have as much to her here yet today. I see plenty of rib shape. Certainly we could maybe soften her up and loosen her up and smooth her up just a bit in relation to that class winner, but I think two really powerful, really top-end heifers up here on the top end of this class. Then we come to one and third from the shoulders back. I like a lot of things about this heifer. Big, bold-bodied, strong and level down her top, really a heifer with some muscularity and some stoutness all the way through. But she's a heifer, the front third of her, I'd like to maybe give her just a little bit more slope to that shoulder and neaten her up through that neck and down through her chest just a touch. The young man here with this fourth heifer does an awesome job of getting this one all set up and shown and really fixing some of the things I'd like to change about this heifer. She's a little rounder out her hip, a little lower pin. I like to level that out when he gets her set up and gets her all squared up. She certainly looks really nice out here, but this is just a heifer that has the right pieces, just like to put them together a little smoother. She's big-bodied, she's muscular, just like to neaten her up through her shoulder. Like I said, level her out through her hip just a bit, but nice kind of a female there in fourth as well. And then we come on here in fifth. That there again, there's some quality in this female. I like the foot size and shape on this heifer. I like the bone she has. I like the stoutness she has. I like to maybe give her a little bit more softness, a little more boldness to that center body, and maybe neaten her up through that neck and chest just a touch. Come next with, and then with another heifer that's just really fresh and really skinny. I like that about her. I like the rib shape she has. Just like to stouten her up. She's just a little more refined, a little frailer kind of heifer than I'd like to see out here today, but really one with a lot of usefulness to her in terms of her type and kind. And then conclude the class with a female that's really thick, really has some extension to her, but also really a little plainer through her front end, a little tighter through her rib, and doesn't balance up as the way I'd like to see her out here today. Good class, so from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations in Class 2A here in your Red Angus show. First place goes to Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma with MF Emerson 263. Second place in that class, congratulations to Mara Turner. Third place will go to Trip Berna. Fourth place in that class, congratulations, Zachary Griffith. Fifth place went to back number 50123. Congratulations to Colton Jones. Sixth place exhibited by Journey Shankles. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations to Kaylee Sheeing. Now in the ring is Class 2B. These will also be April heifer calves.
really a strong pair of heifers up here on the top end of this class, and I think certainly some quality as we go on down through. But to me, as I walk in the ring, these are the two that it comes down to, and there's a little bit of give and take. But to me, the heifer that I'm starting with is the one that's a little more extended, a little longer and smoother up through her front end. She's a heifer that's a touch fresh in her condition today, and one of the bigger things that sorts them for me as I get behind these, she's the one that's a little squarer and truer and stouter as I get in behind these two and study their hock and study their structure. I think it's a great top pair, though. The heifer, both females, big-bodied, massive, sound, broody kind of females. A lot of quality to both of these two. Just maybe, as I said, a little bit more extension, a little bit more squareness and trueness from behind, and my class winner over our second. Really nice top pair. Then we come in with a heifer in third, that as she stops and stands and the young lady gets her set up, she certainly grabs any judge's attention. She's extended. She's real petted. She's a big body kind of a female, but she's one that when we put her in the lead, I'd just like to see a little bit more angle and correctness to that front knee and front shoulder and see her get out of her front end just a touch better, but a heifer with a lot of quality beyond that. Good kind of a heifer to fall into third. Young man's heifer here in fourth, doing a great job sticking with it here today on this female, and a female with a really nice upside. This is a heifer. I love the bone and the foot on this heifer. I love the soundness and the mobility she has compared to that top pair, maybe just not as powered up, and compared to the third heifer, maybe not as smooth and as balanced, but really nice kind of a heifer that because of her extra agility out of her front end, you could sure move her into third, and I wouldn't argue with you very long. Then we come next with a female has a little bit more scale and performance and a little bit more power, but she too is one I like to give a little different angle to that front shoulder and front knee and see her handle that just a touch better out here today, but I appreciate the power and the overall thickness and mass and body she has. Young man's heifer coming next, then one that I sure see a lot of future. She's one of the lower performing, more moderate heifers, but that doesn't really bother me. I appreciate the soundness that she has. I appreciate the bone and the foot that she has for the size and performance that she has here today. She's just one for me. I'd maybe like to balance up a touch better and make just a bit smoother into her shoulder and blow her apart a little bit more into her forerib. Then we come next with a female that's just too straight out of her front end for me today. I like the squareness and levelness this heifer has. I like the rib shape. I like the bone. I'd just like to make her a little move a little better out of that front third. And then we conclude the heifer with a heifer that just gets flatter all the way through. I like the depth of body this heifer has. I like the soundness she has. Just like to power her up more for me out here today.
Well, congratulations in Class 2B. First place will go to back number 50926. Lauren Goki of State Center, Iowa, with L1G Kip Miss Revolution Star K114. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Shayla Sankic. Third place will go to Addison Vowell. Fourth place, Channing Lind. Fifth place in that class, Legacy Murphy Livestock. Sixth place, Brennan Anderson. Seventh place in that class, Addison Counts. In eighth place, Landon Parkhill. Now in the ring is Class 3A, March Heifer Calves.
Probably the most competitive class we've had all day today in terms of from top to bottom and at different times, kind of where I've had different heifers in my mind. But having said all that, I never did very, very far from this class winner. She's one that hits you pretty hard when she first comes in the ring, and I think stays in that spot all the way through. In my opinion, she's just the kind that fits right in what we've been looking for today in terms of one that's sound, one that has some body and some power when I get in behind her, and still plenty enough look and in balance all the way through. Just a really solid kind of a heifer. This one that's in second, then, she's one that just the longer they're out here and the more these heifers all start coming apart, this one just surfaces to me to be a logical second. This is a big bone, big footed, really stout built kind of a female that really has some shape and some power. She's one that's green and fresh in her condition. I appreciate that about her. Yes, she's not just the zippiest fronted one we'll see here all day today. We could maybe neaten her up in that chest and lower shoulder just a touch, but I can live with that for as stout as that one is, for the shape that one has. I like that heifer quite well, and to me a logical second. I think third is a female that I like this one a lot in terms of her body shape and the boldness, how she blends from forerib all the way back to her flank, and just the depth she has all the way through, really square and level. She's one could maybe just give just a slightly better angle to that shoulder and front knee and maybe redesign her just a touch to run with this top pair, but a really high quality heifer there in third as well. We come then to one in fourth. She too is one that I like the stoutness and the bone and the power she has. I like to maybe set her down in her tail just a bit. She wants to get a little easier in her loin, maybe come apart there in her top just a little more than ideal, but really good parts and pieces. Really good how this front end's made on this heifer. Really good from her neck on down through her chest. A good balance, kind of a female that I like quite a bit. This heifer then coming out in fifth. Young man does an incredible job of getting her shown to me when she's on the side view profile. She really makes a case to go higher. But when we put her on the lead, there again, she's one I'd like to make a little different out of her front end in terms of how she reaches and in terms of the angles that she has her out of that front knee and shoulder. I like to neaten her up through her chest just a touch. This heifer then that comes out next, really like just the basics on this female. I like the length of body she has. I like the length of front. I like the muscle shape she has when we get in behind her. And she is certainly one that you could make a case for moving up a couple of spots within this class. But for me, she just gets a little more awkward in how she travels off of those rear two. Doesn't want to set her feet down with the authority and handle her pasterns quite as well as I'd like. But a female that I think has an awful lot of good to this heifer, and certainly one there too. If she moves just a touch different today, gets quite a bit higher within this class. Here then comes another heifer that's awesome through her center body, the boldness, the mass, and the shape she has. Really, really good in her feet and legs and the bone that she has and the foot she has. There again, for our show ring out here today, I'd like to clean her up through her front end just a bit. I'd like to set her into that shoulder just a touch neater, but I sure like the power and the mass that heifer has. Follow her then with one that I appreciate the depth of rib this one has. I appreciate the foot this one has and the bone. I like to sure clean her up through her chest and like to just blow her apart all the way through. She just gets a little flatter and a little narrower in her makeup. Follow her then with a female that has some thickness and has some mass, but she too is a little straighter in that front end than I'd consider ideal here today, but I like the length and the power and the extension that heifer has. And then conclude with a female that I just, for me personally, like to power up, just like to make her a little thicker, make her a little deeper. I appreciate the straightness, the levelness, and the look this heifer has through her front end. Just to me, needs a little bit more depth of body and overall power.
Well, congratulations in Class 3A, first place. We'll go to back number 50141, 111 KF Miss Madonna K5010, exhibited by Kyler Plug of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second place in that class, and congratulations. We'll go to Tana Lee of Plaza, North Dakota with L83 Kiki 251K. Third place in that class, exhibited by Chayton Day. Fourth place, Hadley Ketcherside. Fifth place, Hans Lind. Sixth place, Bailey Smith. Seventh place, we'll go to Bennett Weiss. Eighth place in that class, and congratulations. We'll go to Zane Loden. Ninth place, exhibited by Danica Lowry. 10th place in that class, exhibited by Lydia Browie. We're now going to bring in your final class here in our Spring Heifer Calf division. This will be Class 3B, March Heifer Calves. We would like to remind everyone here in the Jim Norick Arena that in Ring 2 we are going to start in about 15 minutes with your open balancer show. Again, that'll be 15-minute start time to our open balancer show. Well, attention here in Jim Norick. We are about ready to get started with our open balancer show. If we could please have the folks that are standing in ring 2 head on out and stand back in our makeup area as we are going to start our show, we'd greatly appreciate it. Well, we're excited to start our open balancer female show. We are going to bring in your first class. That'll be class 3, age cow calves. Also, we'd like to welcome back our judge, Mr. Blake Nelson of Platte City, Missouri.
What an outstanding class here. We're 5, 6, 7 deep in this class with an awful lot of quality, and sure makes it fun out here. And these last two that surface out here, I think there's an awful lot of good in these two, and there's differences depending on where you want to place your preferences. There's some things you could argue for the 3rd and 4th place heifers that really are exceptional. And so my congratulations to this lineup for a great, great set of heifers out here. The heifer that starts just is one, to me, that's really awesome at the ground. This one's bone and this one's foot. How this one travels and how this one reaches off of both ends of the skeleton, and just how genuine this one is all the way through. She's lean and she's fresh, but yet she has shape when I get in behind her, not only rib shape, but muscle shape and power all the way through. And with that, she's got just maybe a little bit more looseness there in her chest and a little bit more depth to that neck, but certainly a look that balances up really, really nice, and a front end that goes with all that depth of body and mass and boldness. Now this heifer that ends up in second, she's one that young man does an outstanding job showing and presenting this heifer, and she's one that grabs your attention as she comes in the ring for the cleanliness and the neatness this one has through the front third of her body, for the length and extension this one has. From a distance, this one really gives you an awesome look. For me, within this tough of a class, as I get up on her, she's one that gives up just a little bit of power at the ground. She's one that wants to bring her hocks in just a bit when I get in behind her, flatten out just a touch when I get in behind her. But boy, if you wanted to run with that one with her extension, her stretch, and her look, I wouldn't argue with you very long. Good heifer there in second as well. This heifer then comes in third. This young lady, when she gets her set up from the side, she makes her run at anything in this class. This thing has all the parts and pieces. She's up-headed, she's long-necked, she's good through her front end, great through her center body. She's stout, similar to our class winner in terms of the bone and foot she has and how she handles at the ground. But when we put this one on the lead, she starts to come apart on us a little bit. She wants to fight and straighten up in her front shoulder touch. She wants to tighten up through her heart and not and just come apart and be a little piecier maybe. And there again, when we run into two as good as they are on the top end, this one falls third, but falls third in a really competitive class. Young lace heifer then in fourth, maybe as explosive and massive through her center body and as bold in her dimension as anything we have in the class. But for me, as I compare him to the other ones that I've been trying to go to today, she gets just a little bit more refined at the ground. She's a little smaller footed, a little frail in her build, touch flatter behind, but that's getting critical on a high quality heifer. Similar to the heifer then that comes out in fifth, massive bodied, bold built, kind of a female. Gives us a nice look when she does want to cooperate and set up here from the side. She wants to straighten up and push a little harder out of that front end, wants to frail up and get a little flatter down low and not quite as stout at the ground. There again, criticizing one that's awfully good and really run into some tough competition. We come next in with one from her shoulder back. I like quite a bit. She's another big bone, big footed one that's good at the ground and stout and powerful and flexible, but she's one that wants to get a little deeper chested, a little bolder in her shoulder, maybe not quite the mass and the body to balance up with that front end quite as well as some higher up. Follow her with another big-bodied, bold-built one, but one that's more open in her chest and deeper and bolder through that front end, one that's maybe a touch frailer and a touch narrower behind. There again, a good-bodied, really strong-built kind of a female, though, that has a great cow maternal look to her. The next female, just one that's just a touch straighter off of both hands. I like the length she has. I like the muscle and power that she has. I'd like to soften her up through her center body. I'd like to give her just a little more flexibility and angle off of either end of her skeleton. Follow her then with another female that's big-bodied and stout-structured, but just piecier. She especially wants to get up in her top when we put her on the move, wants to break and come apart there right behind her shoulders. Just need to neaten her up and smooth her up all the way through, and then conclude the class with a female that certainly has plenty of usefulness in terms of her soundness, in terms of her depth of body, but just frailer and flatter than the kind I'm looking for here today.
Well, good afternoon. As we get cranked off here again on the Gelby side with our Balancer Female show, start off with a really nice pair here. I think could hold her own against plenty and still come out towards the top of the class. You study the cow, just one to me that looks very maternal, really refined through that front end, their femininity and the way it comes into her body, and you see that carried on in terms of her bag. Really nice in terms of teat size and placement there. I think a female that's very good in terms of her balance and look. Sound enough on those back wheels, just a little straight through that front end. But, man, she's done a great job. Got a really nice heifer calf at side. I believe this is her second go-round there with this little female and doing a great job. Nice bloom to that heifer. That's a high-quality calf to me that has certainly inherited her mother's look and eye appeal and did that in a very sound, good bone kind of a package and even did a good job mating her up with that bull because it looks like this little heifer calf has a little more slope to her shoulder and set up front and maybe just going to hold together a little better through that front end time. But a really high-quality pair here to lead off our Balancer show today.
Well, congratulations in our first class of Balancer females. First place in your champion age cow calf will go to back number 8253. Congratulations to Justin Hertland of Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 5. These will be spring heifer calves born May to June of 2022. Back in the Red Angus ring, results of your final class here in our first division. First place and congratulations goes to Emma Kars of Russell, Kansas, with R2C Cherry 275. Second place in that class and congratulations to Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas. Third place went to Caitlin Skiles. Fourth place in that class, Delaney Naylor. Fifth place, Ben Spencer. Sixth place, Avery Covisto. Seventh place in that class, Camden Filippo. Eighth place will go to Madeline McClain. Ninth place went to Willow Shankles. And 10th place in that class went to Ethan Bell. Now bringing in our first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in your spring heifer calf division.
Over here on the Red Angus side, as we pick this first division, I think we really, really need to give our big round of applause to all of our exhibitors in this first division. Really an outstanding lineup, and we've got several class winners out here that make it extremely competitive. I've talked plenty, I think, on the top end and what I'm looking for today, and I think these heifers do a nice job. Every one of them is showing that to me as these heifers walk in the ring and make a lap. There's a pretty logical place for me to go to a champion. I'm going to bring the second in and walk these one more time before I pick your reserve. But let's put our hands together for our champion, our first division. We're going to have the young lady right out of the last class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations here in your first division in our Junior Red Angus show. Your spring calf champion will go to R2C Cherry 275. Congratulations to Emma Karst. We bring her second into that hole exhibited by Jackson Bragg.
Here in this class, the summer-born heifer calves, really nice pair of balancer females. I think some trade-off in these two. For me, the young lady's heifer lead off with. I think today just a little more relaxed out in the ring and presents herself that way. You see her just a little easier going in terms of her top line, not fighting the halter quite as well, but really stand back and study this one. I think she just transitions a little more neatly there from her neck, shoulder into her top line, comes a little smoother back through her hip. I like the fact I think she is just a little neater in the way she blends her shoulder with more slope, strides a little easier up to her front end, and maintains a little more natural levelness in her top line. A heifer there that I think certainly adequate in terms of body. Might just smooth her up a nickel in that tail head. Young man's heifer in second. I love the natural thickness of this one. This is a wide-based one here that has some spring of rib, and I think, her best days are coming. She's still kind of fighting that halter. When you see her suck back there, that shoulder kind of pops out, and she's not quite as neat the way she blends that neck and front end together, and, never just really relaxes and strides. But I think there's a lot of good to that one, a high-quality individual in her own right. I do like that added thickness. I'd just like to smooth her up a little bit and how she handles her top line.
Well, congratulations in Class 5 over here in your balancer ring. First place will go to Carson Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. Second place in that class, also to Carson Youngblood. We're now going to bring in Class 6. These are spring heifer calves born April of 2022. And congratulations, your reserve champion spring calf, also coming out of Class 3B. Congratulations to Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas, with Red Diamond Ruby 226. We'll now get started with your next division. We'll look to bring in Class 6A February heifer calves. We would like to let all of our junior Red Angus exhibitors know that at the conclusion of our owned Red Angus female show, we are going to show for Champion Reserve Best Bred Known Females.
Well, out here in this class of April Balancer females, really high quality group here, and really like the heifer we lead off with. I think when you study that ought to catch your eye when she hits the ring, and does that with, to me, just a lot of good cow feature to her as well. Love the rib cage in this one. At that age, to be that true and genuine in her heart and the way she carries it back, and no excessive condition to really go along with that. Just like the build, plants a perfect hip and hind leg and gives you that nice look from the side. She's maybe not as long necked as the heifers in 2 and 3, but I think it still transitions to her very nicely. Just a solid female here to lead off the class. From there, 2 and 3 is a close decision. Really like the look, the up-headed look that the heifer in second gives us. You like her cleanness of neck, and she comes back with some genuine body shape and thickness to her. She's just a little straighter up through that knee and shoulder. I'd like to set her back in both those points. If we do that, I think that's a close top decision for me, but out here today, that lends her in the second hole. Young lady's heifer in third, parts about her you like. I think she's really athletic on the move, gets out, strides out, flexes and goes. This is a good-bodied female as well. Maybe not quite the natural thickness as you step in behind her. I would like to refine her in that head and the way she comes in her front end a little bit just to see it match up with her body, but I think there's a lot of good with that one. Young man's heifer coming around the corner next. Really a classy female. She's just a little green out here today, and that's okay. That's her age. But I think this one's got a good future ahead of her. I love the refinement up through that front third of her body. She presents you a good look from the side. I think she's sure sound enough in her front end. She's just a little tighter in her heart and flank yet. I would like to see her just go ahead and relax and stride out a little easier on those back two. Young man's heifer coming around the corner now. She's as wide-based and thick-made as any in the class. I love those traits about her. I like the genuine body shape she has in terms of spring and depth of side, but unfortunately with that she opens up a little bit too much in terms of her shoulder for me. I'd like to refine her through that front third and bring her into that top line just a little stronger right in there behind her shoulder blade. Young man's heifer wraps up the class. Another one that presents you a nice look from the side, just narrows up a little bit too much, don't have quite that overall width to match up with the top end of the class. Good class of females.
Well, congratulations in Ring 2 results of Class 6. First place and congratulations to Owen Sauer. Second place, go to back number 8266, Rupp Ranch of Perry, Oklahoma. Third place in that class, and congratulations to Caitlin Newton. Fourth place was exhibited by Braxton Murray. Fifth place exhibited by Lincoln Dean Martin. And sixth place in that class exhibited by Paxton Blaubaugh. We're now going to bring in Class 7. These will be spring heifer calves born March of 2022.
Good pair of heifers up here on the top end of this class, and try to give the one in second a chance to decide if she wanted to be a show heifer. But at the end of the day, I think for me today, that's as high as she's going to get no matter how she acts. I like this heifer that starts the class awfully well. I think she's a heifer with a lot of body and stoutness to her. I really like this one at the ground. I like how she travels. I like how fresh she is and her condition for having the rib shape and the width that she has. She too isn't acting the greatest and could sure show herself off just a little better, but the parts and pieces are really, really good in that heifer. I like her quite a bit. Heifer in second obviously has a ton of quality. This one's ready to go here today. She's probably every bit as far along as she needs to be for me in terms of her condition and what she's carrying here today, but that doesn't take away from the massive shape this one has, the body and the boldness this one has. I think in spite of how she's wanting to fight the halter and everything today, she still certainly handles her feet and legs plenty well. Obviously, she could show herself off a little more, but to me, I just like to freshen her up just a touch to run with that class winner here today. The heifer then that comes out in third certainly is another one of those that's fresher, really eye-appealing. Young man gets us a great look here when he gets her all set up, but to me, she's just a touch straighter through her shoulder and just tighter all through her body. Even though she is fresher, I don't see that shape to her center body or that rib or dimension that the last heifer he showed had, but a nice quality kind of a heifer there for third as well. Come then next with one in fourth that she too, when she gets out and goes, she can travel. She has some length to her stride. She's one of those that, to me, not a big hole in this heifer anywhere. Now, maybe not the extra bells and whistles some of the higher up heifers have, but she's one that blends good from front to rear. She's smooth all the way through. Maybe a little extra set to that leg. Maybe not quite as powered out through that hip as I'd like to see, but really quality heifer there in fourth as well. Come then next in fifth, a more moderately framed, real sound, just real useful kind of a female. One that I just like a lot of things about her. I like her body shape. I like her freshness. I like her femininity. For me, I'd like to see her just a touch stouter at the ground, just power her up a little more in terms of her bone and foot, but a lot of good in that female in terms of her soundness, in terms of her femininity, in terms of the way she comes at us here today in her presentation. Then we follow her with one that as she stands, I like a lot of things about this heifer. Big-bodied, good-footed, good bone, but she's one that's a little straighter through her front shoulder, and when I get behind her, she wants to flatten out and narrow up a little more than I'd ideally like to see, but I love that one in terms of her rib shape, the hair, the presentation, a lot of nice things about that female. Follow her up with one then big, bold, powered-up cow prospect, in my opinion, one that's thick, one that's wide, one that has depth of body. She has bone and foot. She just needs to smooth it up all the way through. She's coarser through that front shoulder, bolder down through that chest. I like to neaten her up a little bit there, but I appreciate a lot of the power and rib that thing has. Come next then with one, kind of the opposite of that. To me, she's really straight and square and true in her lines, but maybe to a fault. I'd like to soften her up and loosen her up on her body. I'd like to maybe give her a little bit more slope to that front end. Good heifer in terms of her length and levelness and eye appeal. Follow her then with one that's similar. She's a little more down-headed, a little plainer fronted kind of a female that could maybe use a little more rib shape to her, but she's one that moves good and flexes good off of both ends of her skeleton and has something to her. And to get behind her, follow her then with a female that has a little extra size and performance, but she's a little shorter fronted, a little straighter fronted kind of a female that could use a touch more center body, but I like the thickness this heifer has. I like the levelness and trueness she has down her top. And then conclude then with a heifer that she too has a lot of performance and a lot of extra growth to her, but I'd like to see just a little bit more body and a little bit more boldness, center rib to go with that extra size and performance.
Well, as we get out in this class of March heifers here on the Balancer Show, a nice pair of heifers here at the top end. Some trade-offs in the two cattle. For me, the young lady's heifer, I think out here today, just a little more feminine character about her all the way through. I like her extra freshness she has. You see it up through her chest. The condition she's carrying just a little more ideal. And with that, she is one that's a little longer and thinner about her neck. I like the extra slope of shoulder instead of her knee she has up front. She comes back into a nice rib cage in terms of depth there. Really big boned heifer that's long strided there off those back two. I would like to strengthen her up right there in her heart and her full rib. That's where the heifer in second, I think, has the edge. I like the base width in this young man's heifer. I like the fact that she has some boldness of body to her, some thickness through her hip and down through her stifle. But with that, she's one that maybe wants to just open up a little more about her shoulder. I'd like to trim her up through that breast, and I'd like to just see her just take a little longer stride in terms of her feet and legs there. I think the extra extra condition maybe has her just a little more bound up, but I'd like to see her go out with more freedom. Young ladies heifer we have coming out in third, you got to appreciate the growth projection in this one in terms of data. She's one that's pretty clean about her front end, sound enough on her feet and legs. For me, just a little restricted in terms of her rib cage. I'd like to see more depth through that mid-rib and flank. I'd sure like to see her just a notch stouter as you step in behind her.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Results of Class 7. First place went to back number 8269. Congratulations to Keisha Alber. Second place in that class was exhibited by Nick Doring, and third place was exhibited by Lucky Cross Ranch. We're now bringing in Class 8. These are spring heifer calves born March of 2022. Back over in the Red Angus ring, we have the results of Class 6A February heifer calves. First place in congratulations goes to Cade Vowell with H.H. Adele 2100. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Luke Platten of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by Jackson Bragg. Fourth place exhibited by Zachary Griffith. Fifth place, and congratulations to Addison Dugan. Sixth place exhibited by Emery Bowers. Seventh place in that class went to Jacob Shooter. Eighth place exhibited by Whitney Kofelt. Ninth place went to Landon Parkhill. 10th to Madison Fisher, and 11th to Madison Fisher. Now in ring 1, we have Class 6B. These are February heifer calves.
Well, what a class here on the balancer side. Really, really good females all the way through, but I think we lead off one that's pretty special in my mind. Just kind of hit you with that intriguing look to me, just feminine in her type, and yet there's still some pluses to go along with that pretty. I think as you get in behind her and study her, you see some genuine spring and arch out of her spine and back through her rump. But again, you get this shot of her on the profile, just the right kind of silhouette. I mean, I think her head and her front end maturity-wise looks correct with her age and the way it ties in her top line. Very smooth in her hip and her hind leg. And when she gets out on the stride, at times wants to maybe fight the halter a little bit. But still, I think she's sure sound enough on those feet and legs. Really nice female. It was a close decision for me between 2 and 3, and I think time will tell how this all shakes out because I think there's some trade-offs in the two. Today, the young lady's heifer in second has that edge of just sheer rib shape. I love that extra depth of heart and mass she has through her center body with that. This is a really sound, flexible kind of a female. She's one when she does relax and she gets her put together on the profile, gives you a good proportion look. She's not as sleek through her chest and front end as our class winner. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to smooth her up in her tail head the way it sets there with her pins. Young man's heifer in third. This heifer never just quite chilled out for him, but I think this one has a cool factor to her. As that one gets older, if she breeds up and drops in that rear rib and flank, that one could be a killer because she's got a nice look from the side. She's big boned. She's plenty sound enough. That heifer has some width as you get behind her, but out here today, just not quite as much right there through her center body compared to those top two, but I like that heifer a lot. Young ladies, red heifer we have coming out next. Another heifer you can appreciate in the remaining trio. I think her flexibility and structure gets her up here. This is a fresh condition kind of a female here that's pretty level in her lines. She don't have quite that rib shape to her in terms of her heart and the way she carries it. You'd like to open her up and just see a little more to her if we're going to make her competitive with the really tough top end. Ladies heifer coming out next. Stout just fits her to a T. She's big-footed. She's heavy-boned. She's one that's sure wide-made all the way through. And when I say that, a lot of the goods there, but also some of that bad. You see a little more openness and coarseness through her shoulder and front end. I'd like to see her more refined over the top of her crest and a little bit more extended through that front third. Young ladies heifer that wraps up the class. You like the symmetry she has. This is a smooth-shouldered, long neck kind of a female. Just one that's too shallow and hard in terms of her body type. We just need to see a little more of her to make her more competitive in this group.
Well, congratulations in Class 8 in your balancer ring. First place to go to back number 8276. Butler's Miss Kesha K. 549 ET, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place in that class, and congratulations to back number 8279, Ellie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas. Third place in that class, exhibited by Corbin Lowe. Fourth place went to back number 8277, Carly Rumfelt. Fifth place, exhibited by Toby McClure. Sixth place, Brooke Cooper. We're now going to bring in all your firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve in our Spring Heifer Calf division.
Well, we're on the balancer side as we get out here for our calf champion female. A really nice group of heifer calves from our youngest all the way to our oldest in this division. For me, there's just a couple of these females just fit me a little more in terms of type and kind and where they're at in the game today. But I think a lot of good cattle out here. Some of them have a bright future, just need a little more time yet. But to me, some of them's right on today. We're going to start off the oldest heifer, in this division will be our champion.
Over here on the Red Angus side, another really good class. And these top three, I think, get really close. And there's give and take amongst them, and it's a good set of heifers. They're different. They got a lot of similarities, but there's some differences as we come right down to it. Without a doubt, in my opinion, the stoutest structured, the most powered up one, the one that has the most width all the way through, especially getting behind this one and study her, is our class winner. This thing's, for as fresh as she is, as skinny as she is in her condition, this one's got shape all the way throughout. This one's bold all the way throughout. She's big boned. She's big footed. With all that, there's some little things we could tweak on her. We could set her tail head down in her just a touch. We could smooth her up through her front end ever so slightly and maybe give her just a slightly different angle to that front shoulder and front knee. But I think this is one that certainly gets around the ring more than good enough for as stout as she is. I like the power. I like the rib shape. I like the condition she's in. Good kind of a heifer there to start with. Heifer then that comes in second. I'll admit this is one that maybe escaped me as she walked in the ring, but this young lady's showmanship is pretty hard to miss. She gets this one out here and presented and starts studying on this one. There's not a lot of holes in this heifer. She maybe doesn't have quite the bells and whistles that our class winner does, but she's also pretty hard to pick a hole in. She's neat up through that front end. She's big bodied. She's agile in her movement. She certainly doesn't have the power that our class winner has, not as stout in her build, but she's one that's good in her structure, complete all the way through, high quality kind of heifer. This one in third is the other one that, to me, if she's just a touch wider, she wins this class easy, in my opinion. I like the way she's built. I like the femininity. I like the rib shape. She's just narrow through her chest. She's narrow all the way through, and when we get in behind her, she's handily the lightest muscle to these top three, and just like to tweak that about her. Then we come next in this heifer in fourth, and she's one that just gives up a few too many little structure issues to these top three. There again, the young man does a good job getting her set up from the side and giving us a good look, but when she's put on the lead, we can certainly tell how this one wants to get up in her top, harden up a bit in her overall structure, and just get a touch straighter off of both ends. We follow her then with a big body, loose built, bold made kind of a female, but one that's just piecier all the way through. She gets easier behind her shoulders, and she's big bodied, but yet she's piecey from her shoulder back through her center rib. She's one that wants to get a little bit rounder out her hip and a little more open in her front shoulder. I love the pieces, just like to put them together a little bit nicer here today. Follow her then with one that's really straight and level in her lines, really good bodied, really good in terms of her muscle shape, but she's a little straighter shouldered and a little deeper chested and like to change the structure up through that front third just a touch. We follow her with this young man's lighter red heifer then coming next. That's another big bite, nice kind of a cow prospect. I appreciate the rib shape and the dimension and boldness this one has. Just not quite the look maybe through that front end, maybe a little easier top, and like just straighten her up and level her up all the way through. But I appreciate the functional pieces of this heifer in terms of her rib shape and mobility. Follow her next in with one that's a little neater built, one that's a little neater up through her front end, a little tighter all the way through, but with that, she's a little harder bodied and like to loosen her up and give her more boldness and shape to that center rib. Follow her then with one that maybe has a touch of that, but she's frailer in her construction and frailer at the ground. I'd like to stouten her up that way. And then conclude the class with another heifer that's certainly sound enough in how she gets around. She's big enough body. She's just plainer in that chest and through that front third, a little shorter sided, a little more compact, a little more refined in how she's built.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. We have the result of your spring heifer calf division. Champion and congratulations goes to Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Kesha K549ET. And reserve champion in that first division will go to back number 8261. Congratulations to Lincoln Dean Martin of Buckland, Kansas. We're now going to bring in your next class over here in Ring 2. This will be Class 10 winner heifer calves, born February of 2022. Back over in the Red Angus ring, we have the results of Class 6B. First place, and congratulations to Paige Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois, with FCFR KJHT Saucy 208. Second place in that class was exhibited by Veronica Lentz of Creston, Iowa. Third place in that class, and congratulations to Kyler Plug of Lincoln, Nebraska. Fourth place, and congratulations, Zachary Griffith of Marietta, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Carter Holton of Cisco, Texas. Sixth place in that class was exhibited by Bella Wadey of Millsap, Texas. Seventh place, and congratulations to Casey Holton of Cisco, Texas. Eighth place, exhibited by Gunnar Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. Ninth place, and congratulations to Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. And 10th place goes to Briar Shankles, Marietta, Oklahoma. Now in ring one, we have Class 7A here in your Red Angus show. These are January heifer calves.
Well, out here in this class of February heifers, really nice female to lead off with. I mean, this dude is as just structural quality, flexibility, and ease of stride. You can't hardly make one as good, any better than this one. Just really flexes and goes. Got a good solid foot underneath her. We come on up from there, though. That's just the beginning. I think for her age, she's right in terms of her midrib, her body shape, still really good in terms of condition and freshness. She's just a real long, loose-made heifer. You know, you look at her, she's long-necked. At times, maybe doesn't just tie in quite as neatly right there at the point of her shoulder. But I think it's because she's so long-sided. When she strides out, she pulls together quite nicely. Really nice female to lead off with. From there, I think some good cattle and some trade-offs. This red heifer for me, she's one that I think just kind of gets here because she balances in proportions quite well. To me, she's real strong in terms of her forerib, the way she carries that all the way through her body. She does that with a nice proportion. Structurally, she takes a long stride. At times, you know, to me, maybe just has a little more boldness about her hock. I'd like to smooth her up a notch there, clean her up a nickel in her chest. Young ladies heifer we have coming out in third, I appreciate, you know, the body shape of this one, the levelness from the point of her shoulder back. This heifer on the profile is one that, to me, kind of gets off. She gets a little shorter and straighter up through that front end. I'd like to layer back the angle to her shoulder, and I think because of that, at times she wants to duck her pins just to add it to me to try to get out and touch her track. I would just like to relax in her top line, but obviously a high-quality female there that has some good young men's heifer that wraps up the class. A little neat-fronted kind of a female here that's sure sound enough on her feet and legs. Just gives up too much in terms of just body mass and sheer performance to be competitive with that top trio.
Well, congratulations in ring two results of Class 10 here in your Balancer show. First place and congratulations goes to Butler's Miss Kyla 549 KET, exhibited and owned by Butler Creek Farms of Milton, Tennessee. Second place goes to back number 8286 SAS DS Kalmia 243K, exhibited by Hayden Tabor of Agra, Oklahoma. Third place in that class was exhibited by the Ivers family. And fourth place exhibited by Race Abney of Seminole, Oklahoma. Now bringing in Class 14, these are winter heifer calves born February 1st to February 15th of 2022.
Interesting class of heifers, and 3 up here on the top end with a lot of quality, and there's some differences between them. To me, the real decision out here is between second and third, but I didn't think very long on our class winner. Heifer, a lot of quality out here. To me, this is a big-bodied, bold-made one that's still really good through her front end, still sound in how she moves, good in how she sets her feet and legs down. She's not the stoutest one we've seen all day today, but I think plenty stout enough. Impressive in how she powers up as I get in behind her and the muscle shape she has. If anything, maybe a little too full here today and wanting to get just a little piece here and getting up in her top just a bit when put on the lead, and can get just a little looser when she kind of falls asleep here from the side. But I think, boy, the parts and pieces are there that are really unique and really neat, and to me, one that needs to win this class pretty handily. Between second and third, to me, is probably where it gets a little closer. I like the extra stoutness in our second place heifer in relation to our class winner, and she's a heifer that's really sound and really good in how she moves, and to me, probably the extra flexibility, the extra shape through her center body, the extra freshness she has out here is probably what gets her over the third place heifer. The third place heifer, a big old stout beast, no doubt about that. For that extra size and performance, we can maybe soften her up just a touch, maybe see her reach out of that front end and handle that front knee just ever so slightly different. 2 really high quality heifers there in second and third, some give and take between them. Come next then with the heifer in fourth, that I think just ran into 3 real nice ones on the top end, in my opinion. She's a heifer that doesn't have any major holes in her. She's good bodied. She's good enough power. She's maybe a touch straighter in her front shoulder. Maybe could lengthen her out and smooth her up through that front end. Maybe neaten her up at that crest just a bit. And similar to the heifer coming next, she's one that's just ever so slightly straighter fronted and coarser through that front shoulder. Could use a little bit more looseness and boldness to that center body for me. Follow her then with another heifer that's similar from her shoulders back. I like a lot of things about this one in terms of her bone and her foot, but just like to lengthen her out and neaten her up through her front end and down through her chest, and maybe a touch more angle and slope through that front end. Follow her then with another good body, kind of a female, a real moderate framed, real big body, kind of a cow prospect here that could maybe be just a little longer and neater fronted and maybe just a little wider behind for me, and similar to the heifer that concludes the class. And another one I appreciate for her soundness and her athleticism, but she's one that gets a little flatter and gets a little narrower all the way through.
Well, congratulations in our Red Angus ring. Results of Class 7A. First place exhibited by James Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma with DDAD Abby Gabby. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Riata Bozadin of Winoka, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina. Fourth place went to back number 50263, exhibited by Reagan Cray of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Lakin Landry of Pocahontas, Arkansas. Sixth place exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Seventh place went to Journey Shankles, and eighth place to Gage Giffey. Now in the ring is Class 7B.
Over here on the balancer side, a really nice class of females here. For me, the one that leads off just kind of outhorses them. When you get out here and study this one, you love the fact she, to me, presents some good cow factor to her in terms of her rib cage and her structural flexibility. With that, a female, I think, has a shot more width as you get in behind her and compare to those top 3 or 4. As we turn her to the side, I think she proportions. She's not as sleek-necked as that heifer in second, but I think it still ties in her good enough. She comes good enough in her top line. She just outmasses them and can still get out and go. That one, to me, just projects a lot of good as you think about her in pasture. Young ladies, heifer in second. I mean, clean neck. This one's attractive. You know, in time, maybe if this one gets when she gets to be a bred and gets just a little more of that rear rib and flank, she can rival our class winners Math through her center body, because she does have that advantage up through her jawline, her neck, and her chest, and the way she ties in that shoulder. I like all those parts about her. She's long enough strided. I'd tone her down a notch in that tail head. Young man's heifer in third on the stand. She can run right there with them. This is a good-looking heifer that has some natural width and shape. Really a bold-sprung kind of a female, but comes at you a little too straight for me through that shoulder. I'd sure like to free her up in the way she handles both ends and give her a shot more foot size. Young lady's red heifer heifer coming out next. You like her just from a practicality standpoint. This is a moderate frame, big-bodied heifer that's sound enough moving. Just to me, doesn't have quite that balance and eye appeal. We find in the front third a little more chest in her, not quite the extension and neatness through the front third of her body, but from there back, one you can certainly live with. Young lady's heifer coming out next. Presents you some nice pieces on the profile. I think she's long-sided. She's smoothing her top line. One that, to me, has some neatness through that front end. I'd like to see just a little more width and shape to accommodate that added frame in her. To me, she flattens up a notch too much. Young lady's heifer coming out next. Another heifer I think has some good pieces and parts to her. I think she flexes and reaches pretty good. I think she has some natural thickness and boldness through her rib cage. Just for me, gets a little piecey. She's a little more round up through her shoulder. Wants to deduct those pins and not maintain enough levelness as we get her on the stride or profile. Young lady's heifer coming out next, man. We got two dandy showmen here wrapping up the class. Does a great job on the halter with this heifer. This is a feminine fronted little heifer here that has a nice look, has some depth of body, just gets a little flat as you get in behind her. The young man's heifer that wraps up the class. She's the clean-necked one that has some thickness, just a little more restricted in terms of her body and structure compared to that top group in the class. A really impressive set of heifers, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Well, congratulations in the balancer ring. Results of Class 11. First place will go to back number 8292, MDR 202K. Freedom, exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Caitlin Wolters of Atwood, Kansas. Third place went to Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington. Fourth place, and congratulations to Jacob Barwick of Orleans, Nebraska. Fifth place went to Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Brad McWilliams of Hilltop Farms in Asbury, Missouri. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Brenly Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Eighth place will go to Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in Class 12. These will be winner heifer calves born January of 2022.
Another really solid class out here as we get into these bigger January heifers out here, and I think it's relatively easy. But this heifer that we're starting with maybe doesn't help herself any out here. Just wanting to be a little lazy out here, I guess, and how she's getting around. She's one as we get this look from the side. She dominates this class without a doubt in terms of her stoutness, in terms of her mass, and her boldness that she has all the way through. And she's one that I read her as her angles are fine. She just wants to get a little lazy out here. I sure wish she'd maybe just loosen up just a touch and just get out and go just a nickel better, but she's certainly not wanting to behave really good today. And so I think, as I said, I think she's certainly plenty sound enough. There's no question there in my mind. But I think relative to the second and third heifers, we could certainly stand to maybe freshen her up in her condition just a touch, and that certainly wouldn't hurt her any in that regard. But I think a really dominant, really powerful kind of a female and how she's built. Then we come into heifers in second and third. There's a little more give and take. This heifer in second, a little more moderately framed, a build heifer that's just real complete all the way through to me. She gets out and goes good. She has enough to her all the way through in terms of muscle, in terms of shape. She doesn't blow you away anywhere, but I think one that's just really complete, and to me just kind of falls logically into the second hole. The heifer in third has a little extra size, a little extra extension. With that, she has maybe a little bit more shape and boldness and length, but she is one that has plenty enough, I guess, and for me, plenty of performance. Maybe could just moderate just a touch and maybe get her to go just a nickel better as she's put on the lead. We have next then the heifer here in fourth, a little more moderately framed kind of a female that I like a lot of things about this one. I like her shape to her rib. I like her soundness. I just like to neaten her up through her chest just a bit. She wants to get a little easier topped as well. Maybe could strengthen her up just a touch there. Follow her then with a female that I like a lot of things about as well. She's long and level down her top. She has probably enough shape to her center body and thickness behind. She's a little lower-headed heifer that just doesn't want to show herself off. She's a little shorter fronted. Maybe one that could just be a little bit more feminine, a little more extended up through that front end. Follow her then with a female that needs to be just a little wider when I get in behind her, but a female that's good-bodied and athletic. And then we conclude the class with a heifer for the extra size and length she has. I like to stouten her up all the way through in terms of her bone work and in terms of her muscle, but a good kind of a female with a lot of body shape. Young lady's got a nice project here going forward.
Well, congratulations in your Red Angus ring. Results of Class 7B before we go into division. First place will go to Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma, with Wood Miss Priss 1041K. Second place, and congratulations to Chase Boone of Forest, Mississippi, with Sandridge Annexa 2017K. Third place in that class was exhibited by Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Cage Vowell. Fifth place, Hadley Ketcherside of Cuba, Missouri. Sixth place in that class, exhibited by Lake and Landry of Pocahontas, Arkansas. And seventh place in that class will go to Mabry Enderly of Jackson, Missouri. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve junior heifer calves.
Well, as we get out in this class in our balancer show, a little more challenging class to me. You've got a lot of good in the cattle, some parts and pieces, but you do have to kind of rearrange and see how they come together. For me, the heifer I land on, she's the one I think combines the most good as we study her. I think she's one that, again, gives you that just good look from the side. Again, a big ribbed one that has some natural thickness to her, combines that with some smoothness out of her neck and into her top line there, and still proportions out. She's not as long-sided as this heifer in second and is extended, but I think she's sure adequate there. I'd like to give her just a shot more bone to go along with all that mass, but that one does flex out and reach and go. The heifer we have in second from her shoulder back, I love the smoothness of this one. I think she's dead level in her top line. She's big in her body. She's heavy bone and good in her hind leg. As we study her through that front end, to me, she just rocks a little more forward in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. I'd like to set her back there. If we do that, I think she gets up here towards the top end because that is a smooth-made, high-quality heifer. Young ladies heifer we have in third. This is the wide base, really bold-centered, thick-made one. I love those parts about her. She's heavy structured to go along with that. Unfortunately, she is one at times, maybe just gets a little more bulky and open through the top side of her shoulder. You'd like to see that tied into her just a little smoother. See her just handle maybe that hock and tail head just a notch smoother there. But that's a good heifer there. I think if you need to widen and stouten up a group, she's the one you tie to. Young ladies heifer in fourth. I think this is a good heifer. Out here of this bunch, she's a little hard-haired yet, but you can see there's a quality look to this female. There's a structural flexibility I love about her. Out here, she just looks a notch flatter made today, but I think that one, if she just comes on and opens up a little bit, man, she's got a nice look as you get her on the profile. The red heifer coming out next. I love the cowiness to this one in terms of her rib and her design. I like her thickness. For me, she does want to get a little straight through that front end, not quite as extended and attractive through that front third of her body as the top end. Young ladies heifer coming around the corner now. I love this one at the ground. I think she's big-footed, she's heavy-boned, and really flexible on the go. This heifer has some length of side. I'd like to see her just deeper in her heart and center rib there. If we can get that done, this one could sure bump up several spots because I think there's some good to her. Young man's heifer coming around the corner now. Another one that's flexible. She's bold-bodied and thick-made. Just a little piecey on the profile. You'd like to tighten her up the way she blends her shoulder and tail head. We got the young man's heifer coming around the corner now. Another one I appreciate for her natural thickness here in this heifer. That's one that you would like to see maybe just move out a notch easier off both ends, but I think sure a nice female. Then the young lady's heifer that wraps up the class. This little heifer has some femininity to her, flexes and reaches good out of that front end. You'd just like to see a little more natural thickness as you step in behind her.
Over here on the red Angus side, as we get ready to pick second division, certainly no letdown as these older spring calves came in. We've got 4 really strong class winners and seconds out here, and I won't go through them all right here. To me, similar to maybe to the last division, there's one place to land pretty comfortably for me, and it's going to get a fair amount closer for your reserve, so I'll take an extra minute there. But for our champion out here today, it's this heifer right directly ahead of me. Congratulations, young man. She'll be our division winner. Let's bring our second on in here.
Well, congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion over here in the red Angus ring is exhibited by James Tripp, Nardin, Oklahoma, with DDAD Abby Gabby. That's coming out of Class 7A. Second place in that class was exhibited by Riata Bosenden. Back over in the balancer ring, we are about ready to go into a division. Results from Class 12, your first place was exhibited by Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma. Second place in that class exhibited by Talby Gelvies of Amherst, Nebraska.
So we get into a single entry here in this early January class. A nice female young lady brings out here. She does a great job on the stick with her. Just to me, a female that presents you a nice look from the side. Everything comes together as it should. She's a female that's adequate in terms of depth of body there, thickness. I think as we watch her get out and go, moves pretty sound on that front end on her back too. She wants to swivel in and just get a little awkward in the way she handles that hawk. I'd just like to true her up a notch there, but I think a really solid female there that could handle some competition.
Well, congratulations in Class 13. First place goes back number 8312. Congratulations to Shauna Cibula of Cloutier, Iowa. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve winner, heifer calves.
As we get into the reserves out here, or the contenders for our reserve and our second division on the red side, I think this is one of those places that just gets pretty challenging as a judge because we've got tremendous quality in all four of these, as well, obviously, as a couple of those that are still out here in the second slot. And there's different places a guy can go and some different things. There's obviously huge differences amongst some of these heifers and where they're at in their condition and how hard they've been brought along. And so as I kind of try to project these calves a little bit and look down the road and just study the pluses and minuses, obviously that's my job here today. I think there's one that even though she may not be quite 12 o'clock today, to me just simply has the most quality for the future. That's going to be the young lady's heifer right ahead of me. She'll be our reserve in this division.
And congratulations, your reserve in this division. Coming out of Class 6B, congratulations to Paige Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois, with FCFR KJHT Saucy 208. We'll now move into Class 10 over here in our Red Angus ring.
Well, as we get out here in this division, the Balancer Show, really pleased with my class winners and the seconds. I think a good competitive division here. For me in this division, there's one female really just ties together the most pluses, and she definitely does that. She really excels the remaining trio at the ground, the way she handles her wheels. But then we go on up from there, and she puts together a nice look with a good feminine character, plenty of mass to go with her. The youngest heifer in this division will be your champ. Let's give her a hand.
Well, congratulations, your champion in that division. Go to back number 8283, Butler's Miss Kyla, 549 KET, bred and owned by Butler Creek Farms in Milton, Tennessee. And congratulations, reserve in that division. We'll go to back number 8292. Congratulations to Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. We're now going to bring in Class 15 over here in your balancer ring. These will be senior heifer calves born November to December of 2021.
get out in this class. Certainly some challenge, some give and take, but good cattle. It's not because you're sorting through bad stuff. There's good heifers all the way through this lineup. And I think this top, 3 or 4, you could maybe swap some things here and there. There's not just a cookie cutter way to go in my mind because they're all good and a little different what they have. But for me, young lady's heifer I lead off with, I think she's the one that puts together just a high quality look from the side. You love her balance and look, combines that with a nice shape through her body, and as you step in behind her, she's adequate on those feet and legs and the way she moves. You like the extra, just to me, just a little higher chested, more elevated kind of a heifer here. The look she gets you in this heifer in second. I love the length of stride, the flexibility in this heifer in second, the skeletal quality she has. She too is just big in her heart and a lot of center mass. I love all those traits about her. But for me, she maybe just gets a little lower set, a little deeper to that chest and neck, not quite as up-headed and refined as our class winner, but I do love that one on the stride. I think that pair's close. Young man's heifer in third. In time, this one could sure get up there and beat both of them. I think she's as feminine and good-looking as any of them. She's one that's sure sound in her feet and legs, but you watch her come at you. She's the narrowest chested of those three, just wants to close up a little bit more as you get in behind her. I think just time and condition and give her a little more mass, she could sure get up there because she has the quality to me to go and compete with those two. The red heifer in fourth on the stand, I like this one awfully well. I think comparatively to her, the heifer that just led off in front of her, this is a wider-based, bolder body, thicker made kind of a female. Love those parts about her, and even with that, still gives you a nice enough look from the side, but she is just a little straighter and tighter in the way she handles those wheels. I'd like to free her up, particularly on those back two when she gets on the move. Young lady's black heifer coming around the corner now. I like the length, the neatness of neck about her. She presents you some symmetry of lines, just gets a little fine-boned and frail as she comes to the ground, a little straight up through that front end. Young man's moderate heifer coming around the corner now. You like the body depth and the flexibility. Just to me, a little more compact in her kind. We'd like to stretch her out and to make her more competitive in this tough group. Then the red heifer that wraps up the class. This is a big bone, long strided kind of a female here that has some extension. I'd just like to see more body mass and depth to make her more competitive in this tough group.
Well, congratulations in ring 2, the results of Class 15. First place, and congratulations to Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Second place was exhibited by Colton David Cox of Little Switzerland, North Carolina. Third place in that class, exhibited by Braxton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Fourth place, and congratulations to Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Fifth place was exhibited by Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina. Sixth place in that class went to Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. Now entering ring 2's Class 16 senior heifer calves born September to October of 2021.
We've got two real good ones up here on the top end, and there's a little give and take, and I guess to me it was probably the question of whether I wanted to just play it safe and go with the really complete problem-free one that I left in second, or the one with all the bells and whistles that maybe like to change a few things. And obviously I chose to go with the one that's got a few more exceptional parts and pieces. This heifer that I'm starting with, I absolutely love this female when she's parked. The look this one gives you when the young man gets her all set up, just awesome up through that front end, her head and neck, and down through her chest, and opens up with a huge body, plenty enough power when we get in behind her. Yet on the same time, I'm well aware this one's just a nickel straighter than I'd ideally like to see her when she gets put on the move. She's just a little shorter and choppy in her step. To me, she's certainly sound enough within this class, and I think she offers enough extras to get her up here on the top end. I think the heifer in second, though, certainly gives her a run because this one's no slouch. This one does get around just a little better. She's another big-bodied one. She's not as exquisite up through that front end. She's maybe not quite as powered up from behind. Like I said, she maybe doesn't just offer those extreme pieces that our class winner does, but I think a very, very good, very, very complete female. I like those two quite a bit. I wouldn't argue with you for a minute if you wanted to do them different. I think the thing at 1 and 3rd is one I contemplated for a minute just because of her extra power, her extra thickness, her bone, and her foot. She just needs to put it together neater for me. She wants to open up on both sides of her shoulder. She wants to get a little coarser and more open in that lower shoulder. She wants to get a little tighter and more restricted in that heart and forerib there, but a big bone, big-footed, thick-ended one with a lot of rib and a lot of power. Follow that up with one that's kind of the opposite of her. I think a real complete, problem-free kind of a heifer, but probably one of the flatter heifers we have in the class that to me, I just want to see a little wider and a little bolder all the way through. Follow her then with another female with a little extra stoutness, but at that same time, it comes across as just being a little on the coarse side, the way she's built through that shoulder, the way she's built through that head and down through that neck and chest. I like to neaten that up and tidy that up and just make her a little more feminine through that front third of her body. Follow her then with a female that from her shoulders back I like a lot. Tremendous rib shape, tremendous depth of flank. She's really square and level out that hip, but at the same time, just need to change the front third of that heifer. She's deeper in her chest, she's shorter fronted, she's just a touch straighter through that front shoulder, but boy, a lot of neat parts and pieces behind the front third of that female. Then come next with a bigger frame kind of a heifer that can get around the ring and go. She's got enough body to her. She's a little flatter when I get behind her. She's a little piecier maybe in how she's built. Could maybe neaten her up too through that shoulder and front end a little bit. Come next then with a female that wants to get a little rounder out her hip and tuck her pins just a little bit and just get a little flatter when I get in behind her. I like the way this one's built up through her front end. I like the reach this one has off of both ends of her skeleton. I like the depth of body she has. I just like to pick her up in her pins and square her up in her hip and give her a little bit more width. Follow that one then with another good body, good moving female that's just a little plainer up through her front end. Follow her then with another shorter sided, shorter fronted kind of a heifer that is big bodied and mobile, and then conclude the class with one that just needs to change some things structurally. This heifer does have some body, she does have some things to offer, but she's a little shorter fronted, a little shorter in her step, and like to just neaten her up and balance her up a little better.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 10. First place will go to back number 50277. DDAD Winsong. Congratulations, Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Second place in that class was exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Chase Wood, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Fifth place exhibited by Garrett Walden. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Cheyenne Vogue of Wills Point, Texas. Seventh place went to Colton Jones. Eighth place was exhibited by Jocelyn Richer. Eighth place in that class Eighth place in that class was exhibited by Jocelyn Richer. Ninth place in that class exhibited by Ethan Bell, and 10th to Avery Staggs. Now entering the ring is Class 11. These are senior heifer calves.
Well, I think as we get out here in this class, again, there's some challenge because to me there's certainly some quality heifers. This heifer right here that leads off the class, from her underline up, I love this heifer. I think she's one that is real impressive in terms of her proportion and balance with, to me, some genuine width and boldness of body. She's certainly ideal in terms of composition there. We still got her real fresh, no waist there, and you see some genuine arch, some width to her, and still ties it together to the top side of her shoulder. As we come to the ground, I think she's sure sound enough up front. You know, maybe just a nickel tightener hawk, but she still takes a pretty long stride. I think if anything, for as much power as she has up top, she might could have just a shot more bone to match up with that, just to make her ideal, but an awfully good heifer. Young lady's heifer in second, I do like the fact she's a little bigger footed, deeper heeled, heavier bone kind of a female. I like the drop she has to her flank as well. This one at times, to me, wants to maybe just get a little lower set in the way she comes out of her neck. Doesn't have quite that power of her class winner. That's give and take in those two cattle. I think it's really close, and it's not like she just blows her way on the stride either. I think both of them maybe could just move a nickel easier. Young lady's red heifer in third. I think of those three, this one to me is the one that flexes and reaches and goes the best, and I love those parts about her, but she's also the one of those three that flattens up a notch as you get in behind her. You just like to open her up a notch. She is one that provides you a good enough look from the side, and again, I do like her on the move. Young lady's heifer coming out in fourth. You like the boldness of body, the depth of side she has. This is a heifer that's pretty level from the point of her shoulder back and has a decent look. I'd like to trim her up through that brisket. She's one for me. I'd like to see just a little more genuine base width and width of the hock and ground as she goes away. Young man's heifer around the corner now, just a little bigger kind of heifer than the one that wraps up the class, but one that presents you, again, some levelness of lines and femininity to her. You'd just like to stouten her up a notch if we're going to make her play with that top end. Then we have the young lady's heifer that wraps up the class. One I appreciate for, you know, her to me, her body shape and depth of rib. I think one that's sure sound enough on her feet and legs. Gets a little plainer up to that shoulder and chest. If anything, you'd just like to see her a little bigger in her kind to compete in this class.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, results Class 16 in your balancer show. First place, and congratulations to Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 8320, T-Bar S Miss Showgirl 1027J, exhibited by Rory Rook of Lamar, Missouri. Third place was exhibited by J.C. Forbes. Fourth place, exhibited by Kylie Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Braden Owen of Princeton, Kentucky. And sixth place in that class, exhibited by Tegan Bird of Hampton, Iowa. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior heifer calves. Back over in the Red Angus ring, we are in our final class before our next division here, which will be your fall heifer calf division.
Well, as we get out here in this division real quickly on the balancer side, again, I think a great group of four females here that, to me, all have that quality and donor status. Till them ought to reach that maybe one of these days because they could all, to me, not just alike, but could move a lot of programs forward. I think we go turn our attention to our two class winners here. Both, to me, high-quality cattle with enough to them. There is a little difference, though, in terms of structure and the way they handle them. For me, the younger heifer, just a shot more bone and flexibility as she goes. She's going to be our division champion. The older heifer will be reserve division. Let's give them a hand.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf coming out of our first class in this division. Your back number is 8316. Congratulations to Alexandria Rabb, Markle, Indiana, and reserve champion coming out of class 16. Your reserve goes to back number 8321. Congratulations to Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in class 18. These will be intermediate heifers born May to August of 2021.
Well, as we get out in this class, just going to leave them like they stand. For me, this pair of more moderate framed heifers up here at the top end just maybe fit me a little better, but I think all three of them are good females and have some quality and good to them. For me, the young lady's heifer we lead off with, just a little tighter in the way she's put together out here today. One that comes at you just a little cleaner in her chest, the way she ties her shoulder into her top line. In terms of her hip and her tail head, I like that about her. She's a female that comes to ground on a big bone, a good foot underneath her as well, certainly adequate in terms of depth. The young man's heifer in second, I like the freshness about this female. I think she's sure flexible and gets out and reaches and goes awfully well. I think as that one comes heavier with calf, we drop her down that flank, it's going to make her look that much better, but I think that's sure a nice female. The heifer in third, she has some outlier pieces to her, a little bigger in her kind. She's a heifer that sure has some thickness and body mass to her. With that, though, to me, just a little plainer about her head and neck, the way she ties in there through her front end, maybe not quite as attractive when we get her on the look compared to that top heifer.
Well, congratulations in Class 18. This will also be your champion intermediate heifer. Congratulations, back number 8333, Contessa Princess J101 JET, exhibited by Colton David Cox of Little Switzerland, North Carolina. Second place in reserve in that division, exhibited by Jet Baker of Stewart, Oklahoma, with TR Empress 100J. In third place in that class, we'll go to back number 8334. Congratulations to Caitlin Newton. We're now going to bring in Class 20 here in Ring 2. These will be late spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2021.
Another really nice class over here on the red side, and some give and take amongst these heifers, and I've rearranged these top three in my mind several different times. I think when all said and done, this heifer that wins the class, she might not be the first one that grabbed me. She's kind of the slicker hair heifer that doesn't just jump out, but the more you study them, this is the one to me that just has the most off, right parts and pieces, and the most that all come together the best on this female out here. She's a big-bodied, really long-sided kind of a female that's good up through that front end. She maybe has just a pinch of chest, and she's maybe not just the stoutest boned one we've seen all day, but she's one that handles it good. She's one that's great in her rib shape. She's one that's really good from forerib to flank in terms of her balance. She's long fronted. She's long and level out her hip. Just really nice parts and pieces of this heifer, a female I like quite a bit. The one then second and third is, to me, where we've got two very different kind of heifers. A little more stoutness and power in this heifer that I left in second. She's maybe not quite as feminine and just attractive up through that front third of her body, maybe not quite as soft in that center body as the heifers on either side of her, but I think there's enough there. I think she's the one with a little extra stoutness, really good in her stride and her step, real complete kind of a heifer. This is one that can give me a really nice look here in third. She's also one that can kind of come apart and get kind of piecey on me, depending on the angle we're looking at her. She gets a little easier right behind her shoulders, a little tighter there in her heart and her forerib. She can open up in that shoulder just a bit, but she's a big-bodied heifer, very moderate frame kind of a heifer, real nice cow look to this kind of female heifer I like real well in third. A little more give and take than after this. This one in fourth we like quite a bit as she stands. She's one that gets just a pinch straighter up through that front shoulder and a little lower-headed, little plainer fronted kind of a female, but a good-bodied, bold rib kind of a heifer that's thick enough and stout enough and good at the ground in terms of her bone work and her footwork. As I said, just maybe could give her a little bit more angle and loosen her up out of that front end just a bit. Follow her then with one that I think has a lot of quality to her as well. She's a big-bodied female, a little shorter-sided, a little shorter-fronted kind of a heifer that also could maybe blend a little smoother from front to rear in terms of her balance, but I think a really quality kind of a heifer that's certainly got a look right up here towards the top end. A lot of good in that. When we come next, then, if you want a bigger-framed, higher-performing kind of a female, this is certainly the heifer for you. For me, there's maybe a little bit much for her to get her much higher in this class. For me, for that extra size, needs to be probably just a little bolder, a little stouter all the way through. Follow her with one then on the other opposite end of the scale there, just a little smaller, a little more compact kind of female. I like to stretch out and neaten up through that front third of her body. Follow her then with a female that does have a little bit more extension, one that's good in her stride and her step, but one that's also maybe a little piecier there in her forerib, maybe gets a little higher in her flank, maybe doesn't fit it all together quite as well. We put her on the lead. She wants to get up in that top and up in that tail head, just a pinch. Come next then with a female young lady then leading out next, then the heifer, the young lady here in the purple coming next, a little plainer fronted, a little lower headed heifer that we need to just stretch out and neaten up and make a little more attractive through that front end. And we follow her then with one that's very similar in terms of a female that gets a little bit straighter off of both ends and a little straighter out of that front end, but a heifer that has some body and some thickness to her. Follow her then with another female that just needs more shape to her center body. She has a lot of length aside. She's straight and level and square in how she's built, just too hard through the center part of her body for me today. And then conclude the class with a female that's just a little plainer. She's a little plainer and straighter through her front end. She's a little plainer in that underline and through that navel. I appreciate the thickness and the power she has. Just like to make it a little neater all the way through.
Well, congratulations in our Red Angus ring. Results of Class 11. First place was exhibited by Luke Platson of Harpers Ferry, Iowa, with Fantasy's Pride 1565. Second place, and congratulations to Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina, with RFIF 7JET. Third place in that class was exhibited by Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma, with Sandridge Abby Grace, 1221. Fourth place, and congratulations to Hunter Blakely of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Grady Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. Sixth place, and congratulations to Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Seventh place was exhibited by Gavin Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. Eighth place in that class exhibited by Gray Bradfield of Pigot, Arkansas. Ninth place in that class was exhibited by Kaylee Sheeing of Watonga, Oklahoma. 10th place, and congratulations to Maddie Walters. And 11th place went to back number 50298. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. We're now going to bring those firsts and seconds in, and our judge will be selecting his champion reserve, Fall Heifer Calf.
Another really another really nice division here as we wrap up our falls out here. We've got two really good class winners and two really good seconds out here. There's give and take. There's differences in their type and kind. But as we talked about coming through the classes, you know, hopefully you've kind of seen what I've seen. But to me, there's one that just simply puts it all together the best, and to me a pretty logical division winner. That's going to be our class winner out of Class 2. Congratulations. I think as we bring our second in, it's going to get significantly closer. But for me, the added mobility and the added flexibility, we're going to go with the second for our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring, your fall heifer calf champion coming out of Class 11. Congratulations to Luke Pladson of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. And reserve champion also coming out of the same class. Congratulations to Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina. We'll now bring in Class 14. These will be late summer yearling heifers.
Well, as we get out here in this class, again, I think there's some challenge, but for me, there wasn't much challenge to find the one I like when she decided to go ahead and lead out for you, but it made it a lot easier, didn't it? Awfully nice female here to lead off with. I think she's the one of the group, combines a lot of pieces of the heifers that follow her. You know, again, just cowy in terms of her kind, and does that with some shouldering style. I love the rib cage in this one, particularly like her feet and her legs and the way she goes. That's where I think she excels the rest of the crew, and yet we still turn her to the side. You know, there's some maybe a nickel neater in her chest or a nickel stronger in her top, but she still flows together quite smoothly. A high-quality female there, relaxing, giving us a nice look there with a lot of substance. 2 and 3 is a close decision for me. For me, the heifer in second, I think just looks like there's just a little more fullness and to me, body mass to her today. I like her extra depth of heart, her boldness through her center body. I like the extra depth of length she has and the width. I'd be the first to tell you, she gets out and goes. She moves with a little excessive set to her hock, but length of stride, that's not a problem, but those are some of the things I like. The levelness of lines in her, that extra body mass. This heifer in third, you know, she's a little harder haired, and I think that takes away from her because there's some good pieces to her. She's one that's good in her neck, gives you a nice look, has some genuine width as you get in behind her, just a little harder looking out here in terms of the her forerib there and maybe her flank. I'd be the first to tell you I'd shorten her up and refine her in her teat size. The heifer we have coming out next, parts about her you love. From her hook bone forward, this one's feminine featured. You like the depth of side she has, the softness, the smoothness she brings to the ring. Out here as we study her from her hooks to pins, wants to funnel a little bit and come to the ground that way, kind of swivel in on her hocks. I'd like to see her just travel a little square and truer on those back too. Young man's heifer coming out next. I like the moderation, the levelness and lines, the base width in this heifer. However, she's one that is just rocked forward a little more in terms of her shoulder, wants to pull her spine up a little bit when she gets out and goes. You relax her in both those spots just to make her more competitive, but again, a heifer that has some look and some width to her. The bigger female we have coming around the corner now, she's a deep-sided, heavy-structured, big-footed kind of a female. To me, gets a little waisting deep up through that front end. I'd sure like to thicken her up to accommodate that added frame. Then we have the female that wraps up the class. This is a good female. She has some genuine arch and spring through her center body. She has some natural thickness. To me, just doesn't tie together quite as smoothly through her shoulder, her hock, and her tailhead as some of those that preceded her in class.
Over here on the red side, a nice pair here as we get into our summer heifers, but I think a pair that comes pretty logically to me. The heifer that starts, the big bone, real stout, good moving one that just blends together better from front to rear. She's a heifer that's bold in her center body. She's bold all the way through. Heifer with a lot of power to her and one I like quite well. Heifer in second certainly has some nice parts and pieces to her. She's long fronted, she's huge middled, but she just comes apart a little bit more in how those pieces put together. She's bolder in her shoulder and down through her chest. She really wants to tighten up and get a little more restricted there in a forerib and heart girth. Maybe could handle a rear hocks just a touch better, but a heifer with a lot of power, a lot of boldness, and still a lot of extension.
Well, congratulations. In ring 2, we have the results of your late spring yearling heifer division in the balancer ring. Congratulations, champion in that division goes to back number 8339. Exhibited by Huck Hands of Lawton, Oklahoma. Reserve in that division will go to back number 8338. Congratulations to Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. We're now going to look to see Class 22 junior yearling heifers born February of 2021 over here in the balancer ring. Back in the Red Angus ring, results of Class 14 late summer yearling heifers. First place went to back number 50925. Congratulations to Wyatt Delaney. Correction on that last class. In Class 14, in first place will go to Riley Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. And second place in that class will go to Emerson Dean of Decatur, Texas. Now in ring 1, we have Class 15 summer yearling heifers.
Yep. Nice class of summer heifers here, and we got 5 different sizes and shapes and types and kinds out here, and this is definitely one of them classes. The more different opinions you get, the more different ways you'll have them placed. But for me, I think the longer I study them, that just really comes to the top is this heifer we start with. I think just in terms of style and balance and soundness and mobility and just a good maternal cow look to her, one that's starting to make a little udder and a nice looking udder underneath there. I think just a really complete kind of a female. She's one that's not quite as stout at the ground as maybe a lot of them I've been picking today, but yet she's one when I get in behind her. This is one of the heavier muscled heifers in the class, and a heifer that I think has more than enough to her, sound, athletic, and feminine. I like her quite well. A little more power than maybe in terms of the heifer in second, in terms of her bone and her foot, but she's a heifer that's had a little more navel underneath her, a little more chest. Up nearly as well. A female that's not as bold through her center body. A female that's actually not near as powerful when I get behind her as a class winner is. Come next then in third with a big old stout heifer that's got a lot of performance and a lot of power to her. For me, I'd maybe like to moderate her just a touch and make her just a little bit more maternal in her look up through that front end. But a female that I like the power that she has and the stoutness that she has. Maybe the heaviest muscled heifer then is the heifer coming out in fourth. Big top, big hip, all kinds of shape in this female. But at the same time, she needs to have a little bit more shape to that center body, a little bit more depth to that rear flank, and then we conclude the class with a female that certainly has plenty of quality to her as well. She's got some depth of body to her. She's got some extension up through that front end. She's probably the lightest muscled when I get in behind her, and I'd like to change that about her. But 5 good heifers all the way from top to bottom.
Well, as we get out in this class, to me, it just gets really interesting kind of putting it together because you've got this big heifer that comes out here and just kind of overwhelms everything, and then you have some sorting to do, and that's the thing about this one. I think she's big, but I think she's good, so I can live with her being a little bigger than ideal. I think she is one just massive through her rib cage, one that really flexes and reaches and goes, and you load those parts about her. I think with that, plenty of width as you get in behind her. We turn her to the side, and I think she still proportions out. She's not as sleek-necked as that heifer right behind her in terms of just being a little deeper in her jaw and her neck and chest there, but man, from her shoulder back, there's a lot of cow there. I do like the more moderate framed couple of heifers that follow her here awfully well. I think this one is really a high quality female, presents you a neat look from the side. The femininity through her front end. She's a big bone sound moving heifer, starting to make a little udder yet, and that heifer has a little more natural width as you get in and study her compared to the heifer in third. You know, where you'd change her out today compared to her class winner, there's just not that huge center rib in her in terms of softness, but I think she's adequate there. I think that one has some quality and width. The heifer we have in third, I really like this look at her. I think she's extremely smooth in terms of the way she ties to her shoulder and comes in her top line. I like her uniformity of depth, her soundness on the move. I would like to see just a shot more width as you get in behind her. She wants to swivel in her hock just a little bit as she goes, but I think an awfully good heifer there we have in third. Young man's heifer in fourth, I like the base width in her, the body shape, and one that has some width to her all the way through. You know, doesn't hook in quite as neatly there in terms of her shoulder, a little more mass through her lower shoulder and open up at the top. You'd like to smooth her up a notch there. I would like to see her appear just a little further along in terms of her udder. The young man's heifer next to the lineup, another one you like for having some fundamentals. She's sound enough in terms of her front end. She's a heifer that is big ribbed and has some thickness, but gets out here on the profile, and that's where she starts to kind of lose out a little deep and waisty through that chest. Not as attractive through the front third of her body, and one you'd smooth her up in her tail head. Young lady's heifer coming out next, another one you can appreciate for having just some broodiness to her in terms of body mass and depth. She's a heifer that sure has some length to I'd like to see her more refined through that front third of her body. I'd like to see her come to the ground on a shot more bone and more trueness, particularly off that hind wheel. The female we have coming out next, another one you can appreciate for having some, to me, some body and some overall length and levelness to her. Just like to trim her up a notch in terms of condition. I would like to free her up a little bit in the way she goes. Then we have the female that wraps up the class, another heifer you can appreciate for having some length of stride and foot size underneath her, just to be look looks to be the lowest volume heifer that kind of shallows up, not quite that quality look we find in the top end of the cattle.
As we roll through our intermediate, our summer division over here on the Red Angus side, we got two really good class winners out here too that both have a lot of body and a really nice look to them, really a lot of style and balance to them. But there's one that's just significantly stouter and more powered up, and to me, that heifer out of Class 1 needs to win this division, and I'm coming back with the Class 2 winner for our reserve. Congratulations to both these young ladies.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Your intermediate champion heifer coming out of Class 14. Congratulations to Riley Morris of Ashgrove, Missouri. And reserve champion that division will go to back number 50317. Congratulations to Veronica Lentz of Creston, Iowa. We're now going to bring in Class 18. These will be April spring yearling heifers.
Just a single entry here, and I believe our January class, and awfully nice female. I think one that to me exudes a lot of maternal character about her. Really like just the neatness about her head. She's feminine. She's good in her neck, comes into her shoulder, transitions to a big rib cage. You can tell she's getting heavy with calf, and the drop you have there looks like she's starting to form a little udder, and it looks like the teat size and quality is sure right on there. I think one that when she gets out and goes is adequate in terms of structure. Would like to just trim her up just a nickel there in her brisket and tailhead, but I'm not going to throw too many rocks at her. I think an awfully good heifer there. You got her in good rig. Certainly when that one comes to full lactation, I think she ought to be impressive there in terms of her udder quality.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Results of Class 23, first place was exhibited by Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve junior yearling heifer. We would like to remind our Red Angus exhibitors that after the selection of our champion reserve here in our own show, we are going to bring in those bred-known first placings out of their individual classes, and our judge will select a champion reserve bred-known female.
Well, I think as we get out here in this particular division, again, two really impressive class winners. I think there's give and take in the two cattle for me and what they bring to the ring today. We've got our youngest heifer that, again, just overwhelming in terms of just sheer mass through her body, her width, structural flexibility, all those traits you love about her. She is one that's a notch bigger in terms of her kind. In terms of balance, I think Arrow, the pieces proportion out pretty good. You know, she's not quite as sleek and refined through that front end as our older heifer, but still, it's not like she's coarse. That's where I'd tune on her probably the most. Young lady's oldest heifer is one that, as I just stated, she has that refinement through her head and her neck. It's carried on into her udder quality. You like those pieces about her. This one presents you a really nice profile, but you step in behind her. There's not quite as much width as maybe that heifer that's right in front of her, but I think there's a lot of good. So again, just a really close decision in my mind. I'm going to look at them one more time and show you which one I like the best, but two nice females.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Your junior yearling champion goes back number 8333, Contessa Princess J10J1ET, exhibited by Colton David Cox of Little Switzerland, North Carolina. And reserve in that class in division is going to go to back number 8355. Congratulations to Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas. Now bringing class 25. This is our second to last class here in New Balancer Show.
Just a single entry here in this class, and you find a female here that has some pieces and parts you can appreciate. She's pretty clean about her neck, has some natural width in terms of muscularity. I like those traits about her. You know, relative to her age, I wish there was just more of her, a little more mass all the way through, and I would like to see her dialed up a little closer to the calving there in terms of gestation. But again, a female that has a strong genetic profile behind her, has a nice look through that front end.
Congratulations in the balancer ring. First place in class 25, exhibited by Lucky Cross Ranch, Atwood, Kansas. We do have a correction on the last division. Your champion went to back number 8346. That was Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma.
Well, as we get out here in this single entry class, and again, we've got, this past two heifer here that to me has a lot of good to her. She's sound on her feet and legs and flexible. She's big-footed. She's one that's big in terms of her rib cage, making a nice little udder there, and I think due just about any time, and that's good. She's an October heifer, I believe, and you wish she was already half calf at side, but at least you can tell she's getting ready to pop there. She is one you'd like to lift her up in that chest floor and extend her through that front third of her body a little bit, maybe just smooth her up a nickel in that tail head. But I think a female there that has a lot of good traits about her.
Well, congratulations in Class 26. First place exhibited by Cale Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring those two first placings in. Our judge will select his senior yearling champion reserve.
Well, as we get out here in our last division of the Balancer Show, again, two moderate framed kind of a females here out of their respective classes. You sure get to this older one, you just like the extra body mass she has, the fact she's further along with calf, but a good quality female there. She'll be our division champion. Other heifer will be reserved. Let's give them a hand.
Well, congratulations in your final division. Your champion goes to back number 8357, Cale Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. And reserve will go to back number 8356, going to Lucky Cross Ranch of Atwood, Kansas. At this time in our balancer ring, we are going to bring in your division champion reserves, and our judge, Mr. Blake Nelson, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion balancer females.
Three excellent heifers up here on the top end, four for that matter, and there's some give and take between these things. There's things I've loved about every one of these top 3 or 4 heifers in here, and there's certainly some things I'd like to change. And I guess as I get out here and study them and try to figure out what I can live with, to me, the heifer that just has the most completeness, the most balance, the most problem-free female out here is the one that I settle on to win. She's a heifer that as we study her, there's more positives than what maybe she first hits me as she comes in the ring, because I do admit she's maybe not just the sleekest and neatest through that neck and down through that chest, but she's one of the bigger bodied heifers that's still fresh in her condition. And when I get in behind her, she really impresses me in terms of the power she has and the stoutness she has and the thickness she has, probably as muscular as any female we have out here, and yet still handles it really, really good at the ground and how she sets her feet down and her feet shape and all of that. She is one that maybe we could see her just a tick farther along, a little more center body in terms of her calf, but I realize these are younger junior yearlings yet, and what I see coming on her udder certainly really impresses me more than the heifer in second. And that's where I guess I just get critical on this heifer in second. There's things about this one I absolutely love. The power, the bone, the length, the depth of body. I could go on and on about the things I like, but then as I start studying this one and some of the really important factors, just really need to change what's coming for an udder on this one in terms of her teat structure, in terms of the coarseness, how close together they are in the length. I just really like to redesign that, and she wins this class in a heartbeat. Then we come to a heifer in third that certainly got an awful lot of consideration. For me, she's simply maybe just a little more compact. I'd like to just stretch her out and power up from behind, but absolutely beautifully presented, beautifully shown female that has an awful lot of good things about her. Obviously, her rib cage is impressive from forerib to flank, super balanced, super deep. She's one that's obviously plenty far along in terms of her condition. She's one that we maybe could give a little bit more natural width to, but I think a high quality heifer there in third as well. So 3 really, really good ones on the top end. This heifer in fourth brings an awful lot to the table. Probably the biggest, most powerful heifer we have. She is really impressive when we get behind her for the amount of shape and the amount of muscle this one has. Obviously huge body, but at the same time, she just doesn't put it together as neat as we'd like to see. She really wants to open up in her shoulder and get a little tighter there behind her shoulder. It's starting to chest come out of her and maybe get just a touch more upright in terms of how she handles her pasterns and get around the ring. But that's getting really picky on one that brings a lot to the table and has a tremendous amount of quality. We come next in with a heifer that has some good parts and pieces to her, but she's one of those that's just a touch straighter and plainer up through her front end. I like the depth of body she has, an excellently shown kind of a female and presented very nicely by the young lady. Just need to change her front end structure a bit. Come next in with one that's just a little shorter striding and just a little tighter built all the way through. She is really neat and extended up through that front end. She's long and level in her design, but just needs to be looser built and bigger bodied all the way through. We follow her next with a real powerhouse kind of a female, but she too is one that just gets a little straighter, and I'd like to see move better off of both ends of her skeleton, but I appreciate the power and the mass and the depth that she has and the impressive look she gives you from the side. Just need to loosen her up just a bit. Follow her then with another female that's just a little shorter and straighter up through her front end. I appreciate the depth of body and thickness. Just like to see her move a little better off of both ends of her skeleton. And then we conclude the class with a female that just gives up a fair amount in terms of how she's a bit straighter than some of the others in the class and shorter and choppy in her step, but she does have some thickness, she has some muscle shape and some body to her, and I like those things about her.
Well, as we get out here for a champion balancer female, heck of a show to you breeders, folks in the back, the folks exhibiting. Really, really a good female show. And, you know, when we get into, and I work with breeds every day too, percentage programs are to show how, you know, maybe our breed can complement others or vice versa. You do get into some variation in type and kind, and I think, you know, as we look through the lineup, there is a little bit of that. There are some fundamentals I always try to stick to, and it starts at the ground, and then I work my way up and make sure they have enough mass, enough dimension to them, and I still want them, they're females. I want them to look like females, have some character to them and some practicality, even though we do have the halters on them and we got them in the show ring. For me, just an extremely good lineup. My hat's off to you. I'm not going to run through and talk each one again. I'm going to show you the ones that hit me the hardest because I discussed these cattle in class and the divisions. I think they're an awfully good set. Again, great job to the breeders and exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll go select your 2 champions.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion balancer female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations to Huck Hansa Lawton, Oklahoma, with VLK J122 Roxanne. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion balancer female coming out of our first division. A big congrats to Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Kesha K549ET. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We're going to head to the backdrop, and in just a couple minutes, we'll start back with your Galvy female show. Well, back in the Red Angus ring, we have the results of Class 18. First place was exhibited by Tucker Beyer, Ringo, Wisconsin, with TC Primrose 62J. Second place in that class exhibited by Madeline McCain of Thomas, Oklahoma. Third place went to Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. Fifth place, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Sixth place went to Bella Wadey of Millsap, Texas. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Amelia Beatty of Crossville, Tennessee. Eighth place exhibited by Newt Hutchinson of Canton, Oklahoma. Ninth place exhibited by Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma. Now in ring one, we have class 19. These are March Spring Yearling Heifers. This will be your final class here in your senior intermediate division.
Another nice class out here, and to me, one that probably the longer we study them, especially after we walk them that second time, it's probably fairly logical that this heifer needs to win, in my opinion, in terms of just feminine cow look, balances everything up really well, and gets around the ring really nicely. This is a heifer that really walks through this class, literally just the most flexible, the soundest, best off of both ends of their skeleton. Not the stoutest one we've seen all day today, and if we wanted to really nitpick on her, we could maybe change that just a pinch for me, but that's getting picky on a really nice heifer here to win this class. I think second, if this heifer just gets out and goes a little better, it gets a little more interesting. She is one that I get behind her. I'd like to maybe power her up just a little bit out her hip, but she's one here from the side. When this young lady gets her all set up, she gives you an awful lot of nice things to like. She's huge bodied. She's really long and level down her top. She's really square in her makeup. She's good neck. Got maybe just a little bit of chest, but boy, sure balances up nice from the side. Can have a nice udder coming underneath her. Just one that needs to loosen up and move just a touch more. As I said, maybe widen her out from behind just a pinch. Then the heifer that comes out in third, I love this one from her shoulders back. Big bodied, bold made one. Stoutest with these top three without a doubt. Big old foot on this heifer and a lot of bone. But she's one that wants to get a little bit more upright in her shoulder, wants to tighten up in her heart just a bit, want to just loosen her up just a little bit there and redesign how she's made there going into and coming out of her shoulder and give her a little bit more angle and slope and maybe freshen her up over that crest. Then we come next with a female that I certainly like some things about her. She's a heifer that obviously wouldn't want to participate real good today, but this is a mobile kind of a heifer that's real sound in her build. She's good in her leg set. She's flexible off of both ends of her skeleton, got a lot of body to her. She's a little shorter sided, more compact kind of a female. I like to stretch out through her front end and all the way through. We do have that extra length in the heifer coming next, but at the same time, she's a little tighter built kind of a female that doesn't show this boldness and looseness to her rib. We follow her with another female that for her extra size and scale, I'd like to just soften up and give a little bit more depth of body, but appreciate the performance and the extension this heifer has. And then we conclude the class with one that I just like to make a little bit more mobile and a little more athletic. She's certainly kind of favoring that one leg here today, and maybe that's just a little more of an injury than anything else. I think there's good parts and pieces to this heifer if she does get right and does get to going. It's a heifer that's got some thickness and got some body. So good luck to this young lady getting this one going a little better, and we'll have a nice project on down the road for a cow.
Well, congratulations in Class 19 March Spring Yearling Heifers over here in the Red Angus Ring. First place, and congratulations to H.H. Moonbeam 1128, exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Second place in that class was exhibited by Carly Jo Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri, with T.C. Lola 28J. Third place in that class was exhibited by James Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Reagan Cray of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Bella Wady, Millsap, Texas. Sixth place exhibited by Clayton Wyatt St. John of Gainesville, Texas. Seventh place in that class will go to Cheyenne Vogue of Wills Point, Texas. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will be selecting his champion reserves senior intermediate heifers.
As we get this first junior yearling division out here, I think we've got four really, really good heifers. I talked about these things through the classes, and one thing I sure don't want to do is sound too critical. I know how hard it is to get these junior yearlings to this stage and be able to check all the boxes, and then you get a judge out here like me starting to pick on what their udders are looking like and how far along they are in calf and all of this and that. And there's an awful lot of things that we ask of these heifers as they get into be these big ones, and these heifers for the most part have done that. And my compliments to all these these exhibitors, and to a couple of them that were down there in the third and fourth spot with a tremendous amount of quality that, hey, I'm sure man enough to admit, I guarantee on a different day, different judge, there's a few of those down in those classes that would have whipped these, and that's fine. These are the ones that kind of came to the top for me. I kind of picked them apart, maybe even more than I should have through the classes, but I sure wanted you to see what I was thinking. And in my opinion, I guess, as I put it all together and come back out here and find your champion and your reserve, to me, it comes down to these two class winners as being the two most complete, the most problem-free ones, and the ones that have the most to offer. And they still, you know, we talk about them being complete and problem-free, but they still have to have enough special parts and pieces to them to go on and to really improve the breed and to really move these young people's programs forward. And for that reason, there's one of these out here that to me is just enough stouter, just enough more powered up. Your heifer out of Class 1 is going to be your division champion. Your heifer out of Class 2 will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Your senior intermediate champion goes to TC Primrose 62J. Congratulations to Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 50336, HH Moonbeam 1128, exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Congratulations once again to those exhibitors. We'll now look to bring in Class 22 February junior yearling heifers. Well, in ring 2, we're going to get started with your Galvey show. First class in will be Class 1, cow calves born January to August of 2020.
Well, as we crank off the Gelby show here on this side of the ring, a really nice cow-calf pair. I mean, a cow that's certainly doing her job. A nice balanced female, obviously lactating awfully well. Good bloom on this heifer calf, even at that age, holding together real good. The cow is. You like the rib shape she has, the balance and look of quality she presents you. The heifer calf at side, I do like the fact she has some body depth, some thickness, some levelness lines. Maybe not quite as good necked as her mama, but again, a nice pair for this young man, and I wish him the best.
Well, congratulations in our first division here in your Galvey show. Your champion cow-calf will go to Brecken Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 3. These will be spring heifer calves born May of 2022.
Really good class here. These top three and all four of these top heifers, honestly, have a lot of quality and differences. And we've seen that through some of these classes today. And hopefully I've kind of explained to you what I've seen that sorts them. And I walked them yet a third time just to make double sure. And at the end of the day, this heifer that wins the class just does so on the move and does so pretty handily on the move. This is the one with the awesome foot, the awesome bone that really gets out and strides and flexes and moves, and yet she has all the other parts and pieces. She's good in her body. She's good in her muscle shape. She's super fresh. She is one, I'll admit, her chest bothers me a little. I'd sure like to tuck that back into her a little, and if we do that, it makes my job really easy out here. But I think when we just judge the basics from in terms of soundness, in terms of power, in terms of body, and in terms of the udder that it looks like she's got coming under, she needs to win today, in my opinion. The second one, standing still, is the one that I really gravitate to. I love a lot of things about this heifer. I love her body. I love her bone. I love her foot. I love the look that she gives me. This young lady does a great job of showing her, getting her set up. And yeah, we put her on the lead. She just struggles a little more. She's just a little tighter in how she gets around. Doesn't want to hold her top as true and as level, wants to come up a little shorter in her step. And there again, that's nitpicking on a really high quality one that's certainly plenty sound enough. But I think in relation to the other heifers out here, she just needs to go a little better. And that's where the heifer in third, I get a touch critical. This one is really neat up through her head and neck and feminine, but obviously this is one just carrying a little more condition than I'd like to see today. And I think that's bothering her a little. She gets a little wider up front, struggles off her front end a little more, maybe not quite as stout at the ground as a couple of these others. And there again, picking on an awesome heifer, because this one's rib cage, this one's body, this one has power when we get behind her. Super good kind of a female there in third as well. And the one in fourth, there again, she's one of those for me. We just need to change the udder on her, but beyond that, this one's got a lot of good pieces. She's athletic, she's good bodied, she's certainly right up there with the top heifer if her udder's a little more refined and a little better in its structure. We come next then to a female. It's a little plainer through her front third, but from there back, a lot of good pieces of this heifer. She's big-bodied. She's got some thickness to her. Just like to neaten her up in her chest and lengthen her out in her front end and maybe strengthen her up in her loin so she's a little leveler top when she gets moving here. We follow her then with a female that maybe does have a little bit more extension. She's got a little coarser and rougher in her udder, especially that left rear teat. I like to change that about her. I like to maybe give her a little softness, more softness to her center body and shape there. Follow her up with a female. It's a little more refined at the ground maybe than I'd like in terms of her bone work, maybe just a little plainer chested, but a big-bodied, bold-built kind of a female that's sure sound enough and massive enough to go on and make a good cow for this young person. Then conclude the class with another one that's maybe just a little plainer, a little bit more compact, but a good-bodied kind of a female that can get around the ring and go.
Well, as we get out here in this class in the Gelby Show, nice pair of heifer calves here in this particular age group. For me, the red heifer today, just one, and she's staying a little more relaxed, and I think that's helping her. But one that's extremely level in her lines. I love the added rib to her. You like the depth of heart, the way she's carrying it. Plants a really attractive hip there and tailhead, the way it sets in her hind leg. That's some of her advantages there. And, again, just a little more mass to her yet, a little further along in the game. I do think this black heifer, she's finally relaxing a little bit. There's a lot of good to this heifer, and her best days are coming. You like the extra length she has through her front end. She's a little neater in her chest there. I like the soundness up front at times, and I can't tell if she's just nervous, just wanting to kind of tuck those pins and get up underneath herself and pull her top up. She relaxes there, and as time comes on and she bellies down, one will be awfully nice. Young man's heifer in third. This is a good heifer. I don't want to take anything away from her. You like the spring of rib, the thickness she has. She's one that still with that has a pretty little head on her, a little rounder back through her hip and her shoulder. I'd like to just stretch her out a notch in both spots, but I think an awfully good female. Young lady's heifer we have coming out next, another heifer you can appreciate for having some growth to her and some pounds and performance, some width and some bone. To me, just a little wastier through that front third of her body, not quite as clean there in terms of her hock and her tailhead as that top trio.
Well, congratulations back in the Red Angus ring. First place in Class 22 went to Tucker Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin with TC Fancy 09J. Second place in that class was exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Third place exhibited by Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Carter Holton of Cisco, Texas. Sixth place went to Cameron Crow of Providence, Texas. Seventh place was exhibited by Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. And eighth place went to Grady Sheehan. Now in the ring, we have Class 23. This is your final class in this division. Back over in the Galvey ring, results of Class 3. First place was exhibited by Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Second place went to Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Third place, Jet Baker, Stewart, Oklahoma. And fourth place was exhibited by Toby McClure of Houghton, Kansas. Now in the ring is Class 4, Spring Heifer Calves, born April of 2022.
Over here on the Red Angus side, I think we got a nice pair of females here. The heifer that I'm starting with is the stouter built, stouter structured female that gets around the ring really, really well. She's a little bigger body, got a little more mass and power to her. As I've kind of talked on several of these, I'd sure like to refine her udder maybe just a little bit more, but I think relative to the pair that we've got out here, I just appreciate her extra depth of body and her extra extension and stoutness. And that's not taking anything away from our second female. This one's really blended together. She's smooth from front to rear, and she's really balances up really nice. I could see her a little farther along in calf maybe and give her a little bit more shape to that belly, maybe a little bit more power when we get behind her, but a good pair of females here in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 23 over here in the Red Angus ring. First place will go to Rojas. I'm through talking 1438, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Colton Jones of Mountainville, Missouri. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds and select a champion reserve here in your junior female division.
Nice pair of April heifers here in this particular class for me. The young lady's red heifer, just a little more comfortable in the stride. I think you watch her and the way she handles her ankle, her pass, and her hock, just a little better there, and you like the foot size underneath her. We come on up from there, and I think she's one that combines a really smooth top line with that structural soundness, has enough width and enough body. That's kind of coming at this age, and I think one that's just going to mature quite nicely. The heifer we have in second, I like the refinement about her head, her pretty little feminine head on her. She's a heifer that sure has some depth of side and middle to her. I like those parts about her. One for me, maybe just not quite as neat in the way she lays that tail head in her. We watch her hawk and her passion there. You can see she's just a notch tighter in that ankle. Not quite as comfortable on the move, but two high-quality April heifers there.
Another really nice division over here on the Red Angus side, and as these things get out here, I think a real competitive division. I think we've got 4 females that all have a lot of quality to them in terms of their soundness, in terms of just the extra stoutness and the extra look they have. To me, it's relatively simple, though, within this division as well. I took a lot of time and studied them awful hard, and I think the 2 heifers that came out of the first class are going to need to be your champion in a reserve out here. Excellent pair. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Your champion junior female coming out of Class 22. Congratulations, Tucker Byer of Ringo, Wisconsin with TC Fancy 09J. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 50350, Addison Vowel Forest, Mississippi with HH Larcaba 1104. We're now going to bring in Class 26 winter yearling heifers over here in the Red Angus ring. Back in the Galvey ring, results of Class 4. First place was exhibited by Leighton Tinney of Mora, Missouri. And second place in that class was exhibited by Pro Heart Seedstock, Pueblo, Colorado. Now in ring 2, we have Class 5 Spring Heifer Calves born March of 2022. We would like to let all of our Red Angus exhibitors know that after the selection of our champion reserve owned females, we are going to go right into your best bred and owned. That'll be the first placings out of each class that were bred and owned. We'll come back and compete for champion reserve. Following that selection, we will take a brief 15-minute break for photos before we start our percentage show.
We got three real nice entries out here in this class, and I think there's some give and take. To me, the one that just combines the most body and the most soundness, the most mass with the most quality in her calf is the one that I'm starting with. There's a little bit of give and take in the udder. We could maybe level this one up a bit and shorten her teats just a touch, and that's where maybe the second place cow has an advantage, although she's maybe just a touch coarser than I'd consider ideal. But the big thing is the extra boldness and shape to the center rib in this first cow, the extra foot size and bone and power that she has. Good pair there to start with. I like the pair in second here certainly quite well. A pair with some shape in terms of the muscle they have, long and level in the top, true through her front end. Maybe not quite as massive and as bulky through her center body and have the shape that our class winner does, but a real good pair there in second as well. And the female in third certainly comes to us at a little bit of a disadvantage here without the calf, but I think just in terms of judging the quality of the animal, I think she probably ends up third anyway. This one's a little plainer fronted, a little bolder there in her chest, but she is a big body beast that has some power when we get behind her. So three quality females here that'll certainly make outstanding cows for these young people.
Well, congratulations in class 26. First place will go to back number 50370, exhibited by True Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma, with T5 Charlotte 054. Second place, and congratulations to Rhett Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. In third place in that class was exhibited by Jackson Staggs. Now going to bring in class 27 over here in the Red Angus ring. These will be senior yearling heifers.
So we get out here on the Gelby side again, a really nice class here, and I think a trio of three really nice females in this particular group, and you could jumble them around some, and time will tell how this turns out. But today, for me, the heifer I lead off with, I think she's the one that does the best job combining some stoutness with structural correctness, enough look from the side there, and still blends it all together. I think in terms of condition relative to her age, I wouldn't want her any juicier. I think she's just right there, maybe 12, 15, but just thinking long term, that heifer still long fronted. She comes back into her shoulder, opens up really good in her heart and carries that width, and that's where to me she beats the heifer in second. They're just more natural width and overall dimension of that one, and like I said, still certainly sound enough on the move. The heifer in second, really a high quality look from the side. You like the angularity up through her front end, you like the smoothness in her joints, and I think she's more correct in terms of her chest, her shoulder, and her front leg structure. The heifer in third third. That heifer just not quite as stout built as our one that leads off. This red heifer, I think, has some awfully good parts and pieces to her. She's big boned, she's thick made, she has some spring to her rib, still level in her lines. You know, she's one for me. It's got a little more chest in her at this age. I just like to keep an eye on that, and we'll see how it matures, but that's where I tweak on her. Maybe just set her back a nickel there in terms of her knee and her shoulder. Young ladies heifer coming next lineup. This is a nice heifer, just drew up again an awfully tough class. I think a female you can find here has a balanced look from the side, one that has some depth to her, maybe just not that overall punch and power compared to a couple there in the top end. She is one, as she gets out and goes, to me, wants to kind of throw that hind leg and just move out a little awkward in her hock. I'd clean her up there and see her just track out a little truer. Young ladies heifer next in the lineup has some pieces and parts. She's one that sure clean up through her front end. She's sound enough on her feet and legs. Just needs to have more body mass, compete with that top trio. I would like to level her up from hooks to pins. Young ladies black heifer coming around the corner now. A heifer that has some neatness up through her front third. She's a heifer that has some depth of body for me. Gets a little flat as you get in behind her, and really I just change her up from her hook bone back. Wants to duck those pins and get up underneath herself. The red heifer that wraps up the class, one that you can see sure sound on her feet and legs there, has some levelness and depth of side. Just for me, gets a little wasty that front third, not quite as attractive on the profile, but one that certainly has some utility to her.
Here on the red Angus side, two really nice pairs here. The pair I'm starting with, to me, a little bit more feminine, a little bigger body, kind of a pair with maybe just a shot more quality potentially in the calf. I really like the attractiveness and the style in this calf that we have on side of her. I think both plenty good enough uddered, probably an advantage to the second cow in terms of the teat size and placement there. Female that starts the class has plenty of muscle when we get behind her. Just a nice pair to start with. Pair in second, as I said, really nice uddered, kind of a female with some thickness when we get behind her. I maybe like to smooth her up in her shoulder, give her a little bit more middle, a little more boldness to that rib shape to this female. But two good pairs here for first and second.
Well, congratulations over here in the Galvey ring. Results out of Class 5. First place exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place was exhibited by Aiden Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Third place in that class was exhibited by Hilltop Farms of Asbury, Missouri. Fourth place in that class exhibited by DTK Cattle Company. Fifth place, and congratulations to Brittany Jewel Anderson. Sixth place in that class was exhibited by the Ivers family. And seventh place exhibited by Brooke Cooper Burdett.
Out here in our cat division on the Gelby side, again, a really nice group of young heifers here from our youngest all the way to the oldest in this particular division. I think you see quality and good to them. For me, there's one of these heifers, just again, does a better job combining some mass with a little more flexibility, some extension to her. And look, the oldest heifer in this particular division is going to be our champion. Let's give him a hand.
Well, congratulations. Your champion spring heifer calf is going to go to back number 8393. Congratulations to Carly Rumfelt.
Over here, as we pick our last division on the Red Angus side, I think we've certainly got had a nice last division out here and a good set of cattle out here to finish up with. I think it's somewhat close. Obviously, we get into these pairs, and there's a lot of give and take and a lot of different things to go into the evaluation. But I guess for me, just in terms of which ones offer the most quality and the most functional use, I guess, for these young people for the long term for cows, I think in terms of combining soundness, some power, some udder quality, some quality to the calf, to me, I'm going to start for your champion is going to come out of the first class. I think it's a little closer for reserve, but I'm going to stick with the second out of that first class for our reserve champion in this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Your senior champion female. Coming out of Class 26, congratulations to Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma. Reserve in that division will go to back number 50368. Congratulations to Rhett Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. At this time in ring 1, we're going to bring in all of your division champion reserves out of our Red Angus show. And our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Red Angus female. Back over in the Galvey ring, reserve in that last division went to back number 8381. Congratulations to Braxton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in your next division. This will be Class 7 winter heifer calves born February of 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you all of our division champions here in your Junior Red Angus show. Entering the ring at this time is your Spring Heifer Calf champion, back number 50682. Congratulations to Emma Karst of Russell, Kansas with R2C Cherry 275. Your Junior Heifer Calf champion coming in next is back number 50255, DDAD Abby Gabby. Congratulations to James Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. Your Fall Heifer Calf champion coming in out of your next division, congratulations Luke Pladson, Harpers Ferry, Iowa with Fantasy Pride 1565. Your intermediate heifer champion comes in next. Congratulations to Riley Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. Coming in out of the senior intermediate division, congratulations Tucker Beyer, Ringo, Wisconsin with TC Primrose 62J. Your junior champion female, congratulations again to Tucker Beyer with TC Fancy 09J. And last but certainly not least, out of your senior division, your champion was exhibited by Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma with T5 Charlotte 054. Ladies and gentlemen in the stand, if you can put your hands together and congratulate our Junior Red Angus exhibitors at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'd also like to put our hands together and say a big thank you to our judge today, Mr. Alan Miller of Gridley, Illinois.
real quickly, I'll run through this pair of heifers in this class. I think two high-quality females. Some trade-offs in them for me, though. The heifer that leads off, I think she has the advantage in structural correctness, more correct in the slope to her shoulder, knee up front, and the way she handles her hock. Very attractive pattern female here. It's got a nice look and still has some width. I would like to be stouting her up in terms of her base and give her a shot more bone. That's where the heifer in second, I think, turns her is just having a little more substance underneath and thickness as you get in behind her. This heifer, though, not wanting quite to cooperate on the halter, but you study her a little straighter up through that knee, of course, about her shoulder. One that certainly has some breeding value, a good growth projection, but I like the refinement and the quality of the heifer that leads off.
Well, congratulations back in our Galvey ring. First place in Class 7, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee, with Butler's Miss Kennedy, 534 KET. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Evelyn Gilbreth. We're now going to bring in Class 8. These will be winter heifer calves born February of 2022. At this time over in Ring 1, we are getting started with your grand drive here in our Junior Red Angus show. If we can have everyone in the stands put your hands together for all of our reserve division champions as they enter the ring.
Over here on the Red Angus side, as we get out here and get ready for our champion, to select our champion and our reserve, my compliments to the depth of the quality and the overall show that we had out here, and I mean the quality of not only the cattle but the quality of the show in general in terms of how the showmanship, how excellently these cattle were prepared and presented to me, the help we had out here, and all up and down through the event. My compliments for what an outstanding event you had here for your national show, and what an outstanding set of juniors and an outstanding set of cattle that you've had. I've tried to comment through the classes. There were several of these classes. There were 4 or 5 deep, in my opinion, that I thought were awfully good. Different day, different opinion, as you all know, and these things are going to line up a lot differently. You've heard plenty of what I've thought out here today in terms of the type and kind that I've been trying to find as best I could through these classes, but at the end of the day, I've certainly tried not to just single trait for any one particular thing, but just simply find the cattle that have the most to offer in one area or another. I will admit, as I get out here to pick our champion, I've shown enough, I've raised enough, I've drug enough of these things that, when we start getting into these older cattle that can get to the point they've gotten and still survive and still look this good, I tend to gravitate that way. But I will say I'm really high on our 2 calves that we have out here. I thought those 2 were outstanding, and the reserves as well. So my compliments to them. And then as we start getting into these older cattle, it's going to make it tough. There's one out here that for me, I think probably fits the bill pretty easily for me for your champion. I think it gets quite a bit closer for reserve. So at this time, if you would, let's give all these exhibitors a huge round of applause. I'll pick your champion and take a moment to find a reserve.
And congratulations, your grand champion, Red Angus female here at the Cattlemen's Congress in your junior show. A big congratulations, Tucker Byeringle, Wisconsin, and TC Fancy 09J. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Red Angus female. Congratulations. Coming out of the same division, Addison Vowel Forest, Mississippi with H.H. Larkaba, 1104. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We're going to look to bring in those first placings out of our bred and owned divisions, and our judge will select a champion reserve bred and owned female.
Well, as we get back over here on the Gelby side and these February heifer calves, a really nice heifer to lead off with. I think this black heifer is one that she got plenty of practice, kind of relaxing now, really setting up and showing herself off. And you can appreciate the quality look she presents you and combines that with some true body shape and depth, and does have some width as you get in behind her. I think as you watch her structurally, she's sound enough on those back two. Maybe just tick her back in that knee just a nickel, but I think an awfully nice female. Young lady's red heifer in second. I think this heifer is really good too, just maybe not as far in the game in terms of rib, but I think that one has a lot of good and promise to her. Really balances up well from the side. You like her smoothness of lines, her levelness of hip, and the way she handles that hind leg. This female has some natural width. You know, you can see she's just a little shallower in her flank and her heart yet, but I think in time, as that one bellies down, could sure be awfully tough because she still combines that with the quality look. From there, the young man's heifer in third. I like the natural width in this one. As you get in behind her, she has some thickness to her, a heifer that's pretty smooth in her top line. One that you know, as you study her, you'd like to tidy her up through the base of her chest, maybe smooth her out in that tailhead and see her track out a little square on those back too. Young man's heifer that wraps up the class, probably just as big-ribbed and deep-sided as any. You like that about her. She's sound enough on her feet and legs. She's one for me. I'd sure like to stretch her out through that front end and give her a shot more width if I'm going to bump her up any higher in the class today, but one that certainly projects a lot of fleshing abilities. You think about her in production and has some good to her. Good luck with her, bud.
Well, congratulations over here in the Galvey ring. Results of Class 8, first place, and congratulations to the Rupp Ranch of Perry, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by the Ivers family. Third place in that class, exhibited by Carson Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. And fourth place, and congratulations to Brendan Anderson of Ash Grove, Missouri. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in Class 9 winter heifer calves born January of 2022.
Well, as we get out in this class on the Gelby side, I think really close in these two cattle here at the top end. Some give and take in them, but thinking about project them as breds and things coming together. For me, the young man's heifer lead off with, I think today, and I think she'll maintain this, just really a quality look from the side. You love her neatness of chest, her shoulder extension up front, but from there back comes leveling her lines, plants a really attractive hip and hind leg. I do prefer her structure there just from hooks to pins, the way her tail head comes in and the way she handles that hind leg. This one today, adequate in terms of depth and muscle. She's not as just wide as this heifer in second, but I think she sure got a lot of good to her, and I do like that structural quality and the look she gives you. Young lady's heifer in second, I like the base width in her, the boldness through her rib cage and thickness, but as often the time comes along with that, not quite as neat down through her chest and over her tail head and hip there, but you do like the substance that she's carrying. Young man's heifer in third, I like the bone work to her and the thickness she has. For me, gets a little waisty through that front third of her body. You'd like to tidy her up there, smooth her out back over her hip to make her more competitive with that top pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations over here in the Galvey ring. Results of Class 9. First place exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. Second place exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Third place and congratulations to Dustin Sibula. And fourth place in that class. We'll go to back number 84-15. Janice Clairhont.
Really a neat event over here on the Red Angus side as we bring all these bred knowns back in, respective highest placing ones out of each of the classes. And boy, obviously we've got a tremendous amount of quality, and it compliments these young people for raising bred known cattle this caliber. And you know, there's a number of these down here through these calf divisions that got along really, really well, and I liked quite a bit, and they're going to have an excellent summer ahead of them next year, I'm sure. And congratulations to these young people for that. As we get out here to picking what I'm told we need just a champion and a reserve, to me there's two of these big heifers that really fit that bill pretty handily, and I'll go select those two at this time. Congratulations. Let's give them all a big round of applause for an outstanding bred known show.
Well, as we get out here in this particular division on the Gelby side, really liked the respective class winners out here. Some give and take in the cattle for me. The youngest in this division, you like her femininity and angularity she has. For that look, has some width as you get in behind her. I'd like to give her just a shot more bone to match up with that body shape and what she projects there. I think that's sure a high-quality one there that's sure sound. The young lady's heifer right there in the middle. To me, this one combines a look with the nice body mass and thickness to her. You like the bone work underneath her. She's one that, to me, puts a lot of pluses together and has just relaxed and gotten better, even when she was out here in class to now. Then we have the oldest heifer, and that one, as I stated, in that nice pair of heifers there. You love the design, the outline of this one, the structural soundness. Just one, that still yet a little green there and not quite the width, maybe as that heifer that was a fall during class and the heifer right in front of her in the lineup. But I think a high-quality female there that I like for her structural integrity, her overall look of quality. I think when we get out here for our division, it gets awfully tough for me. I think there's some give and take. The heifer I like to combine just a little more stoutness and overall dimension. Young lady's heifer right there in the middle will be our division. The youngest heifer is going to be reserved. Let's give them a hand.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring. Your Grand Champion Bred Known female exhibited by Tucker Meyer, and Reserve Grand Champion Bred Known exhibited by Morley Griffith. And back over in the Galvey ring, we have the results of your winter heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 8404. Congratulations to the Rupp Ranch. And reserve champion will go to back number 8398. Congratulations to Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. We're now going to look to bring in Class 11. These will be senior heifer calves born November to December of 2021.
I think as we get out here in this class, some nice heifers here at the top end. For me, the red heifer, one that really gets an advantage when you get them out on the move. I think she strides as long and easy as any of them. Combines that with some body mass and overall dimension to her. We turn her to the side, still profiles pretty good. Maybe not as sleek-necked as that heifer right behind her, but I think still certainly adequate there. If anything, for me, I'd sure like to tone her down a little bit in terms of frame. Young man's heifer in second. I do prefer her size relative to her age a little more. I like her levelness of lines that she has. I think she's one that's real symmetrical in the look she gives you. She's a big bone, big footed kind of a heifer. One that, maybe could just free her up just a nickel on both ends. Wants to just rock that shoulder and front leg just a little straighter up through that front end. But again, a quality female there. He does the nice job on the halter with her. Young ladies, light red heifer we have in third. You appreciate the spring of rib and the thickness she has as you step in behind her. A big back kind of a female there. One for for me that maybe just rolls a little more lower shoulder and chest in her. I'd like to see her just track out just a little stronger on those hind two, but one you appreciate for her length and her thickness. Young lady's dark red heifer coming out next. She does a great job on the halter getting her presented out here. A really clean-necked, feminine-fronted kind of a female here that has some length of stride, a little rough in her tail head. More than anything, you'd stouten her up a notch to make her compete with that top end.
Well, congratulations in Class 11. First place will go to back number 8422. Congratulations to Talbot-Hein Galvies of Amherst, Nebraska. Second place will go to back number 8420, Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Third place was exhibited by Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina. And fourth place was exhibited by Katie Strackelhan of St. James, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 12. These will be senior heifer calves born September to October of 2021. We are going to get started here in just a couple minutes with our percentage Red Angus show in Ring 1.
Out here in this class on the Gelby side, really nice class of heifers. I think all the individuals. I'll just tell you what I see in the cattle. For me, the heifer that leads off, where she gets the other two behind her, particularly other three, is her flexibility in the way she reaches and goes, and combines that with enough to her, enough look, enough everything else. But she flexes and reaches better off both ends. Really fresh in her condition. You like the smoothness of shoulder, transitions back into enough middle and enough thickness there. But again, that extra flexibility to her, to me, gives her the edge. The heifer in second, I love the stoutness of this one. I mean, she is a big bone, big footed, thick made kind of one that's sure big centered to go along with that. And, to me, yeah, she's got a little more chest. That don't bother me because with that kind of mass that comes with the territory, I would like to free her up in her hock and the way she stretches out there. If we just get her to go just a little easier there, I sure might flip-flop that one because I love that extra mass and shape she has. The heifer we have in third, really attractive on the stand. I mean, when she finally relaxes for him and settles down, dead level in her top line, transitions smooth out of the top side of her neck, gives you a nice look. Just to me, gives up some in terms of just rib shape to those top two cattle. Wants to push a little straighter up through that front end and roll up in her top. The heifer that wraps up the class, this one's a big middle one here that has some substance to her, not quite as attractive on the profile. Gets a little waisty through that front third, not quite as neat in her shoulder and tail head as some of those top end cattle.
Well, congratulations in Class 12, first place. We go to back number 8428. Butler's Miss Lynn J534ET, exhibited by Aiden Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Second place, and congratulations to Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. Third place in that class was exhibited by Carly Rumfeld, Phillipsburg, Missouri. And fourth place in that class exhibited by Carter Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. We're going to bring in those division champion reserves and select a champion reserve here in your senior heifer calf division.
I think as we get out in this division in the Gelby show again, really nice four heifers out here out of their respective classes. The youngest heifer in this division, the red one, as I stated in that particular group, one that combines to me a nice rib shape to her and thickness, pretty good in terms of structure through that hind leg and the way she goes. We turn her to the side, still proportions okay. Maybe could be set back in her knee a little bit up front. And I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to push her down a little bit in terms of frame for me. We get the oldest heifer in this particular group, and again, I think just the soundness of structure, it gave her the edge in class, and I think that's something you certainly got to recognize. You like the moderation, the rib shape in her, and enough pretty and enough dimension. She's going to be our division champion. Let's give her a hand.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior heifer calf goes back number 8428, Butler's Miss Lynn J534ET, exhibited by Aiden Rabb, Markle, Indiana.
I think as we get out here for reserve division, really a close decision for me. Second out of that older class. I do like that body mass and stoutness she has, the bone work she has. And I think for that kind of dimension still offers you some length. We turn back to the red one here. Probably just, to me, a little sounder in the way she handles her hind leg. And like I said, the first thing I'd tell you is I'd like to tone her down a tick, but I think she is a good quality female. I'm going to go ahead and stick with her for reserve division, but I think it's awfully close. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
And congratulations, reserve champion in that division. Back number 84 at 29. Congratulations to Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. Back in the Red Angus ring, we are getting started with your percentage Red Angus show. First class in will be class 30. These will be May heifer calves.
Nice way to start off our percentage Red Angus show over here. We've got three real nice entries, a little give and take. The heifer that I'm starting with certainly the stoutest, most powered up one. Really neat up through that front end. She's one that we could maybe tweak her just a touch when put on the lead. She wants to get up in her top just a little bit more than ideal maybe, but I think she excels the other two in terms of her power and dimension. I think between second and third, then it gets a little bit closer. Second heifer really overwhelms the third place female when I get behind them. She's got a lot of muscle shape. She's not as stout at the ground maybe as the heifers on either side of her, and like to change that about her. And then the heifer that comes out in third, really an athletic, agile heifer that's good in her depth of body and good in her length of side. I'd just like to see her a little bolder through her center body, a little more powerful from behind.
Well, congratulations in our first class of percentage Red Angus. First place we'll go to Grace Harrington of Nottawa, Oklahoma with HCDF Butterscotch 219K. Second place and congratulations to Jackson Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. And third place we'll go to Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in class 31. These will be April heifer calves.
Single entry here in this class, but certainly one with a lot of quality. This is a big-bodied, bold-sprung female with a lot of shape and dimension. A heifer that's really athletic and how she gets around the ring. She's maybe just a tick plainer than some in terms of her front end, but yet I think it's a front end that balances up really good with all the depth and mass she has. She's up-headed enough. She's long enough fronted. Just a little bit maybe a depth of neck and chest there, but certainly a tremendous cow prospect here. A lot of power, a lot of rib, one I like quite well.
Well, as we get out in this pair of heifers, I think an awfully close decision for me. I like both of them really well, and I think they both have a lot of good to them. There's some trade-offs in the cattle for me. The black heifer that I'll lead off with, she's one as we turn them to the side, just really gives you a nice balanced look. You like the smoothness in her top line, the spring of rib she has. I think she's certainly more accurate in the way her shoulder lays in her and the slope to her shoulder and her knee up front and the way she handles it on the move. You like the added freshness she has as well. Young ladies heifer in second, certainly a stouter built one. She's bigger boned, she's thicker made, and I like all those parts about her. With that, maybe not quite as attractive through that front third. The big thing for me, at times she wants to just roll up a little bit. You can see it right there in her top line and her shoulder. If we could get her to relax and go, I sure might swap that pair because I like both those heifers pretty well.
Well, back on the Red Angus side, congratulations in Class 31, first place. We'll go to Wyatt Coffee of Pawnee, Oklahoma with 4 Brat 158K Angel. Now entering the rings, your final class in this division. This will be March Heifer Calves. We would like to also say another big thank you to all of the sponsors of the Junior Red Angus, 3K Land and Cattle, Trademark Genetics, Kraveg Red Angus, 7K Red Angus, and Keister Red Angus. Special thank you to all the sponsors that make our show possible. Back over in the Galvey ring, results of your intermediate heifer division. Congratulations to your champion in that division, back number 8433, exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Your reserve in that division will go to J.C. Diane Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Now in the ring is Class 16 late spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2021.
So get over here on the Gelby side. A really nice trio of females here in this particular class. For me, our class leader, she gets out here, and I think she's the one that maybe can combine some pieces of the two cattle that follow her, because she has that quality look from the side. Really comes together quite nicely. Still fresh in terms of condition, and certainly has a little more body shape and width to her than the heifer in second. I like the soundness that heifer presents you there on the move as well. The heifer in second, I love her femininity and attractiveness to her. I like her soundness and flexibility on the move. You know, she's starting to just make a little udder really nice in her teat size. I think that's going to be awfully nice as she comes to full lactation. Comparatively, I wish she just had a little more width to her, but I think that one's got a lot of good in her as well. The heifer in third, just in terms of just body shape, width, and mass, you're impressed with this one. She's big boned. That one there, though, you know, just maybe ready to be a cow. She's pretty big in her brisket there, kind of waddling off those back two, not as comfortable on the go. But man, she's thick, she's bold, and one that certainly has some breeding value to her as well.
Well, congratulations in the Galvey ring, your champion late spring yearling heifer. We'll go to back number 8434. Congratulations to Ellie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 8435, exhibited by Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. And third place in that class will go to Jacob Arthur McDonald of Rolla, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 18. These will be junior yearling heifers born February of 2021. We would like to remind our Red Angus exhibitors that after our percentage show, we will go into showmanship. We will be starting with our Pee Wee division.
Really nice top end in this class over here. Percentage Red Angus. These top three, I think, are all real good, but as long as they're out here, this heifer comes to the top pretty handily for me, just in terms of her mobility or flexibility and athleticism when this thing gets put on the lead, the bone and foot she has underneath her, and still a lot of rib shape and a lot of dimension and boldness throughout. Really high quality heifer. A little more give and take than in second and third. Second could maybe use just a touch more angle to that front end to let her get off of it just a little better. She's a little more extended though and a little fresher in her condition maybe than the heifer in third. Heifer in third, a big bold kind of a female. It's got a lot of power and mass. Also plenty chunky for me for one at this age. Then we come into this red heifer coming out here then in fourth. That's certainly got a really nice look to her, a little more modern kind of a female that maybe could go just a touch better and have just a shot more power to run with these top three, but a heifer that's awfully nice, just fits in that fourth hole pretty logically for me. Fifth, then, young man's heifer has a lot of good parts and pieces. She's athletic enough. She's straight and square in her lines. Just needs to have more depth of body and rib shape to get higher within the class. And then we conclude the class with a female that also needs maybe just a shot more rib as well as a little bit more bone. But she is a female that I like the shape she has. I like the length of body that she has. She moves good. Just need to stouten her up just a touch more for me today to get her higher.
Well, congratulations in Class 32. In your Red Angus percentage show, first place will go to Ben Spencer. Second place exhibited by Camden Flippo. Third place in that class went to Briley Johnson. Fourth place exhibited by Tuff Davis. Fifth place, Peyton Arts. And sixth place, congratulations to Amanda Purvis. We're now going to bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select his spring heifer calf champions.
A nice first lineup over here on the Percentage Red Angus show. We've had three good class winners, a couple seconds out here with a lot of quality. To me, there's one pretty logically wins this division, and that's going to be the young man's heifer right in front of me. Congratulations, she'll be our division champion. I think as we get to reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer, in my opinion, as we kind of study the structure on some of these heifers and the build. But I think there's one that to me has a really nice future and a lot of quality to her, and that's going to be the heifer out of her second class. Congratulations, she'll be our reserve.
Well, congratulations, your spring heifer calf champion coming out of class 32. Congratulations to Ben Spencer. And reserve champion coming out of class 31. Congratulations to Wyatt Coffey. We're now going to bring in class 33. These will be February heifer calves.
Good pair of heifers here on this class. Logical sort, in my opinion, as we say, especially as we put them on the move. Heifer that I start with is the more athletic of the pair. She's a real good moving, real functional kind of a female that's good at the ground. She's good in her foot size and shape and her bone work, yet still a really big-bodied, really muscular heifer. We get behind her, she excels the heifer in second in terms of her thickness, but still maintains a really neat front end. Good kind of a female there. The heifer in second, really stout structured, really big bone and big-footed. Heifer with enough depth of body. Certainly like to give her a little different angle to that front shoulder and maybe neaten her up through that chest and up through that crest just a bit to make her just a touch more feminine through that front third. But I appreciate the stoutness, the structure, and the power she has.
Well, as we get out here in these older heifers, to me, a good class. All four of these females I like. I think they're good. They're a little different what they bring to the ring, so you pick what would work for your program. But for me, this darker red heifer on the stand, that's where I think she has some leg up in terms of just being a heifer that presents you a nice, balanced, proportion look, still maintaining some freshness about her condition, starting to drop a little udder there, teat size and placement looks correct there. A heifer that's big bone and big-footed, just puts together a lot of upside. She's not quite as sleek front and strong topped as the heifer in second, but I think still certainly adequate there. The black heifer we have in second, this one's kind of a slick, hard-haired one, but you really look and what you see is what you get, and you get on top of that one. I'm impressed with as good neck as she is, that she has some true arch to her rib cage and thickness as you get in behind her. Maybe one that as you study her, like I said, don't have just that soft look, and part of that's because of her hair coat, but I think that's sure a nice heifer there. I would like to see her just a little further along in terms of her udder. The big red heifer there we have in third, you got to love the performance, just the sheer mass and dimension of this one. She's bold body, she's thick-ended. She's one that with that still moves pretty athletically, but she is one that's a little big in terms of her chest, waisty through there. I'd like to freshen her up, refine her through that front third, and just smooth her up a notch all the way through. Young man coming out now, I don't know who his parents are, but I'm telling you, you're raising this young man right. I heard the best answer I've heard, and it makes me excited about the future of the cattle industry. I was asking him, I was like, okay, how far along is your calf bred or your heifer bred? And he told me 5 or 6 months. I said, you want a heifer or a bull? He said, I just want a live one. I think that's a great answer. I love that. On top of that, a moderate framed, nice little female there that has a neat front end. Just kind of gets out paired there, but a great young man there on the halter.
Well, congratulations over here in the Galvey ring. Results of Class 18. First place exhibited by Cody Brown of Dwight, Kansas. Second place went to back number 8441, exhibited by Evelyn Gilbreth. Third place in that class exhibited by Circle S Ranch. And fourth place exhibited by Jet Baker. Now in the ring will be Class 19. These will be junior yearling heifers born January of 2021. Back over in the Red Angus ring, we have the results of Class 33 February heifer calves. First place was exhibited by Carly Shooter of Frankton, Indiana, and second place exhibited by Colin McIntyre.
Nice pair of heifers here on the Red Angus side over here in these percentages. I think it's a pair that gets close. I think the heifer that starts is the heifer I like the structure on better, particularly through her front end. She's a little more up-headed, cleaner neck kind of a female that has a little bit more natural rib shape to her. Heifer in second, certainly the one with more performance. She's the bigger, stouter heifer, but at the same time, I like to neaten her up through her front end, give her a little more angle to that front shoulder so she can get out and reach and travel a little better like the heifer that starts the class does.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring, Class 34 January heifer calves. First place was exhibited by Greta Rosenhagen of Cheney, Kansas, and second place exhibited by Brandon Blackburn of Marlow, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in and select a junior heifer calf champion reserve.
Nice division out here. We haven't had a lot of numbers, but what we have had has certainly been good. With that being said, there's one heifer that just dominates these other three out here, and that's going to be the heifer out of the first class. She wins this division really handily, in my opinion. I think from a reserve standpoint, it gets a fair amount closer, but simply structural correctness and mobility, the class winner out of the second class is going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion over here in our percentage Red Angus show. Congratulations to Carly Shooter and reserve champion. Coming out of Class 34, congratulations to Greta Rosenhagen. Now coming in the ring is Class 35. These are winter heifer calves.
Nice single entry December here in the percentage Red Angus side, and certainly one of those that could have stood some more competition. This heifer's got a lot of quality to her. She's good in her angle. She's good at the ground. Good bone, good foot under this one. She's got plenty of body and plenty of thickness. She's a heifer that's sure acceptable in terms of how her front end is designed and built. Nice high quality heifer here for a single entry in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 35. This will also be your fall heifer calf champion. Congratulations to Piper Goodson of Earlsboro, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 36. We're now going to bring in Class 35A. We will be bringing that 35A class in and then selecting a champion reserve fall heifer calf.
Nice summer heifer here is our single entry in this division. I like this one as she stands. Good body shape and boldness to her and good line in her line. She's one that's a little tentative in her step for me here today. Maybe like to just free her up just a touch. But a heifer, I like a lot of things about her in terms of her body shape, her boldness of rib, and the thickness behind her. Nice female there for our single entry and our division winner.
Congratulations in Class 35A. First place will go to Wyatt Delaney. Congratulations in Class 35A. First place will go to Wyatt Delaney.
Really a nice single entry May heifer here. It's a heifer with an awful lot of quality. She's good and flexible when she comes in the ring. She's good body and bold built all the way through. Young lady does a great job getting her showed. Excellent, excellent single entry here in this May heifer for our division.
Well, congratulations in Class 36. First place went to Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma.
So we have a May and a July back out here for our intermediate division champion, and I think two very good females. Females are similar in terms of their body type and kind, in terms of having some depth of ribs, some depth all the way from forerib back to flank. They're good and level in their tops. Where these two sort themselves to me is at the ground and the foot and the bone and how they get around, and that's where the heifer out of the second class excels. She'll be our division winner. Our reserve will come out of the first class. Congratulations to both these young people.
Well, as we get out here in this particular class, I think it's really tough. Obviously, I took as much time probably in this class as anything all day because there's good cattle all the way through. Even the fourth place heifer's darn good. I don't know if there's one that just puts everything together and trying to weigh it out, and also thinking about where they're at in the stage of production. That comes into play this time. For me, the black heifer that leads off, a couple places I think she excels. She's sounder than anything when they get out on the go. I can hang my hat on that, and I'm very confident about that. I like her moderation of frame, the depth of side she has. She is one that looks like she's dialed up a little more in terms of being a heavy bred one and going to have a nice quality udder there. As we turn her to the side, she's not as smooth in her top line as the heifer in second. She is one I'd like to just tidy her up a notch there. But in terms of practicality and usefulness, I can certainly feel comfortable in that. With 2 and 3 is where I probably struggled a little more personally. This black heifer on the stand, when she gets her stuck and gets her head up, she presents you an awfully nice look. You know, just a little fresher in her appearance out here. She's smooth in her top line. That heifer has some depth of body. She's big boned. You'd change her up and like to see her just flex a little more correctly out of her hock when she goes. More than anything for me, I just wish she was a little further along with calf. The red heifer in third, this is a good one. She's a big one. And that, for me, when it comes to females, I would tone her down in terms of just size because that one weighs a ton. There's a lot of good there, a lot of cow. Massive inner rib cage. This heifer has as much natural thickness as anything out here. You know, for the kind of mass she has, I think she's sure sound enough. She's maybe not just that attractive, just cool-looking one, but there's a lot of cow there, a lot of value there, and I do commend him. That's a good breeding piece without a doubt. The red heifer we have in fourth, a lot like her in terms of just mass, in terms of body shape there. This heifer has some thickness, a little heavy in terms of condition for me. You see that down their chest. She is one you'd like to free her up in the way she handles her feet and legs off both ends to be more competitive, and an awfully tough group of heifers there.
Really a nice female over here on this side. One that's super stout, one that's really good at the ground, huge bodied and big ribbed. This heifer, for an April, an outstanding individual. We could start picking, maybe set her tail head down in her just a scotch, and she sure doesn't need any more condition on her for me than what she's got right here. But there again, that's nitpicking on an outstanding female with a tremendous amount of quality. Very nice single entry here in this April heifer.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Galvey ring, we have the results of your final class. Congratulations. First place exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Second place was exhibited by Sarah Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Third place went to Evelyn Galbraith, and fourth place exhibited by Lillian McGowan. We're now going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers.
Really a nice female here is a single entry in this class. A little different kind in terms of one that to me I see as being just really, really maternal. I love the shape to the rib on this female. I love the length and extension this heifer has up to her front end. She's one that's a little fresher maybe in her condition than some we've seen today. With that, she's maybe not quite as blown apart and as powerful there through her forerib as some we've seen, and could change that just a touch. But a heifer that's beautifully presented, beautifully shown. I like a lot of things about this heifer quite well. Excellent individual here for this single entry.
Well, congratulations in our final class here in your percentage Red Angus show. First place in class 38 went to Bramlett Sensation J125, exhibited by Trevor Hale. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds and select a champion reserve in this final division.
Well, as we get out here in this division, to me, again, just a really tough decision because there's 4 good heifers out here. There's not one that just checks all the boxes for me, but I think there's a lot of good out here. So I'm not dogging your cattle at all. Please don't take it that wrong way, because I do think these are all extremely good females. The younger heifer, the red one, on the stand, as I stated in that particular group, she's one that kind of catches your eye. She proportions pretty well, fresh in terms of her condition. This heifer has some thickness, some body shape to her, starting to make a nice little udder in terms of teat quality and placement there. One that stands pretty good on the stride, maybe could go just a little easier on those back two with just a little more width and squareness there, but I think that's an awfully good female. The oldest heifer, one thing that she don't have some of these other cattle have out here is hair coat, because if she does, I think it's probably not even a question for me, because of structural quality, body shape, to me, practicality in her and her overall build, the way she gets out and goes. So I think most comfortable, I'm going to go ahead and stick with her for our division champion. Let's give her a hand.
Well, congratulations in this final division. Your champion goes to back number 8447. Congratulations to Lily Grace Judd, Pomona, Kansas.
Out here for reserve, it's a little closer in my mind. We bring the second out of that class, and as I stated before, that heifer, when she gets her stop and hammered like that, just presents you a high-quality look. The pieces come together. You like the freshness she has, the way she blends her front end, the way it comes into her body. There is enough mass with her. I like that extra look and presence. She's going to be our reserve division.
So we have this division out here in the Percentage Red Angus show. I guess first thing I've got to say is my compliments to both these exhibitors. I mean, for the only 2 in this division to have 2 of this quality, this is outstanding. And then they're different, but they're both really, really good. Both really, really stout, both really thick, both a ton of body to them. The one second class showing a little more outer at this point, but from what the exhibitors tell me, both bred up to calve here plenty early, and both have plenty of rib shape and dimension to show that. I think there's some differences in them. I mean, the heifer out of the first class, she is a little more compact up through her front end and down through her chest. She's coming out in her just a touch more. As I mentioned, she's carrying a little bit more condition, but with that, she is a powerhouse, and I appreciate that about her. The heifer that came out of the second class is super fresh in her appearance out here today. They've really got this one right. She's really long and extended up through that front end. Now, she does have a little bit more chest and brisket hanging down on her maybe than some we've seen today, but that's certainly picking on one that's awfully good. I think it's a close pair. I think there's give and take between them. For me, there's just maybe enough more of a maternal look to the heifer out of the second class. She'll be our division winner. Heifer out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations, both these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in your senior division here in our Percentage Red Angus show. Champion will go to Bramlett Sensation J125, exhibited by Trevor Hale, and reserve champion exhibited by Kate Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. At this time in both rings, we're going to bring in our division champion and reserves. As our champions are entering the ring, since we're doing it at the same time, if we could have all of Jim Norick Arena put their hands together in a big round of applause for our junior Percentage Red Angus exhibitors and our open Galvey exhibitors. Again, big round of applause for all of those people. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if we could also have a big round of applause for our Galvy and balancer judge, Mr. Blake Nelson. Also, a big round of applause over here in the Red Angus ring, if we can put our hands together for our judge today, Mr. Alan Miller.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, as we wrap up our junior show, I know they tell me we have some showmanship left here this evening, so we'll sure look forward to that. But as we finish judging the cattle, I certainly just want to thank everyone once again for those that were responsible for having me here today to judge at the Cattlemen's Congress. I couldn't be more impressed with the set of cattle that we've had all day today through the purebred show and now through the percentage show. It's been absolutely outstanding to work with you young people and to work with this great set of cattle. And so my compliments to your breed, to your association, to your junior board out here helping me through the ring. It's been a really good experience for me, and I certainly enjoy it. And, you know, it's easy to enjoy when they have a lineup of cattle like these out here in front of us. I mean, for no more than what we showed for this percentage show, to have this kind of quality out here in this champion lineup speaks volumes of what's going on here, and the caliber of the exhibitors and the caliber of the cattle is truly outstanding. And having said that, for no more numbers than we had, I couldn't be happier with the two that I'm going to select for your champion and reserve. Hey, it's not to take anything away from several out here, because I do think there's a lot of different places that a person could go and be perfectly happy with. But for me, it's pretty easy. It's going to be champion and reserve. We're going to come out of this last division, our grand and reserve. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in our percentage Red Angus show. Your grand champion percentage female coming out of our final division. Congratulations, Trevor Hale with Bramlett Sensation, J125. And reserve champion will go to Kate Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. And again, a special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Alan Miller. We are going to do showmanship over here in the Red Angus ring. We'll be starting with Pee-wees.
Well, as we wrap up the day, and I think we do have some group classes at the end of this, but our last big breed drive today to the Gelby Association, Jake, his entire crew, those that select me, I appreciate the opportunity. It's truly been a joy. We start off with a great bull show this morning, and again, just have had a good female show this afternoon. The balancer female drive was good. We get out here in these Gelbys in our high show, and still a ton of quality here. And to me, I love the fact that we can have a high or a purebred show with this kind of quality through and through. You can justify maybe going a few different directions out here in this particular drive, but my hat's off to the breeders. I think the skeletal quality, y'all done a great job working on that, and still, to me, you know, putting some look into them, but keeping the true function and cow in them in terms of rib shape and having enough dimension to go out there and do your job and raise and keep going. So again, tremendous show. I've really enjoyed it all day. If you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors one more time. I'll go show you my two favorites. Really enjoyed it all day. If you would, put your hands together for the exhibitors one more time. I'll go show you my two favorites.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Galvy female. Congratulations, Ellie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Galvy female, goes to Aiden Ram of Markle, Indiana. Again, congratulations to all of our Galvy exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Blake Nelson. Attention Galvy exhibitors, if you have a group entry, again, if you have a group entry, we need you at the ring right now. We are going to do that before we head to the backdrop. Again, this is going to be the final call for our group classes. If you're a Galvy exhibitor and entered in the group classes, please make your way to the ring at this time.
Well, back here on the Gelby side, we've got a single producer dam and I think a quality producer dam. You definitely see the good in both these animals. The female, as I stated in her class, I think a lot of breeding value in her. And then the brother here at side, he's one that's just, to me, I liked in terms of his soundness and smoothness. So, again, quality set. Thank you to the junior board, Jake, and the whole crew for being here in the Cattlemen's Congress. It's been a lot of fun. Let's give them a hand, please.
We'd like to congratulate in the Galvey ring your premier exhibitor and premier breeder, both going to the Judd Ranch Incorporated of Pomona, Kansas. Congratulations to those folks.
So as we start off our showmanship here with our Pee Wee division, what a great way to start, and 4 outstanding young people out here all doing a really, really good job. I guess I could keep them out here for quite a while and probably wouldn't make it any easier to sort through them. In my opinion, I guess, I look forward to going through this, and as we get into the older kids, I sure encourage you younger kids to stay and watch and see how it gets done, because I know, having gone through the show today, there's going to be an outstanding set of showmen here for showmanship, because I saw some excellent showmen throughout the day. As we go through this, we're going to, obviously, the priorities for me is going to be who gets the calf set up and then basically gets it presented. Obviously, that's what we're here for, first and foremost, to show the calf and not to show yourself. And I think these young people do a good job of that. I think there's some differences in approach and style. And hey, in the Pee Wee division, you're all way above and beyond what I'd expect at this age, without a doubt. So my compliments to all 4 of you. I think it's close. They tell me I need a champion and a reserve of each division here. I'm going to name your reserve first. Your reserve is a young person that I think does an excellent job of showing that they really know what needs to happen out here. They work really hard at it. Maybe could slow down just a touch, and maybe that's where they fall short of the one that's going to be a champion. But boy, that's nitpicking. A real good set of kids. Your reserve champion today is going to be the young lady with the bull right here on the end. Congratulations. Now, as we pick our champion, this is a young person that maybe takes a little different approach, calm and relaxed at all times, really does a good job of getting the calf set up, and really outstanding job. That's going to be the young man right here in the 3rd slot. Congratulations, buddy.
Well, congratulations in our Pee Wee division. Your champion Pee Wee showman Channing Lind and reserve champion Mabry Underley. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now start our junior division.
So as we roll into this second division of showmanship, I'm going to keep kind of trying to roll through these things, not because I don't love showmanship and believe in the value of all this, but obviously I've had a long day and some of these cattle starting to act up. And I applaud the young man that did exit the ring. He was doing an outstanding job, and the heifer obviously just wasn't having it anymore. And I'm sure we'll see a little more of that as it gets later here. But my compliments to all these young people. As we get into these older divisions, we'll start expecting more, and obviously I start seeing more out of these young people. I kind of made some comments in the Pee Wee division. Everybody has their own preferences on showmanship, and there's no right or wrong. And so I guess I'll apologize if you've been trained maybe a little different than what I'm looking for, but maybe it just comes from me having making a living selling show cattle, and I judge a lot of shows and do a lot of showmanship, and my first and foremost priority without a doubt is how the calf looks. And I actually kind of prefer to lean towards a showman that I don't even know they're there. They're just doing such an efficient job, an effective job. They're quiet, they're calm, they're not showing themselves and not making a big production out of it. But every time I look at their animal, they absolutely have it dead on stuck and dead on right, and are making my job as a judge that much easier evaluating them. There's a lot of young people out here that have done an outstanding job here. To me, it gets really, really close between two, and it's these two young people right in front of me. They're going to be our champion in reserve today. Our reserve is going to go to the lady with the bull on the left. Our champion's a young man right in front of me with the black vest. Congratulations to both of these for an outstanding job.
Well, congratulations in our junior division. Your champion will go to Hunter Blakely and reserve to Carly Shooter. Now coming in the ring will be your intermediate division.
Well, it's probably not going to get any easier the longer I stand out here, and that's a compliment to those young people that chose after a long day to come out here and compete, because you are competing very, very hard and making it really, really challenging for me. And I do think there's been about 4 or 5 of you that at different points in time I've probably had my eye on to be winning, maybe probably more than 4 or 5 of you, honestly. And, little things over the course of the time, as maybe a calf maybe stretched out too much, maybe not set up quite right, maybe we're not getting them quite straight in line, just little things, all the little things you guys know. I don't need to say again, but it's just a matter of who actually got it done. And as I mentioned in the other divisions, who got it done, quickly and efficiently and calmly, and in a way that presented the animal the best it possibly could. And then we also have, I guess from my standpoint, trying to kind of weed through some of the young people brave enough to bring calves out here and, and show them versus some of these big ones that obviously have been showed a lot and darn near show themselves. And so, I try to study, I guess, how the young people are moving around the animals, how they're handling them, how comfortable they are with things, because there's obviously differences in how much experience these cattle have as well. And so, we'll get through all that and we'll sort through all that. And I guess, as I said, it's really, really close. There's a really strong set within this division. As I started pulling them, I really didn't plan to have it work out this way. But within this particular division, it comes down to the 2 young ladies down here on the very end for your champion and reserve. Reserve today is going to go to the young lady in the purple sweater, and our champion to the young lady in the vest. Congratulations to both of them.
Well, congratulations. Your champion will go to Paige Wood and reserve champion Mara Turner. We're now going to go right into your senior division.
Well, I thought here as we wrap up, I saw just two running into this division. Thought, well, this will be easy, and I was wrong once again. You guys are both doing an outstanding job out here and making it really complicated. And my compliments to both of you for persevering here through the day and coming out here at the end of a long day and competing for this. And you're both doing an outstanding job. There's maybe just, I guess, some slight differences in how you're going about getting things set up, and maybe one getting the calf work just a little bit better with the show stick and some things and set up a little quicker. But boy, we're nitpicking here. But for me, the champion and the reserve today, reserve is going to go to the young lady on the left. Champion's going to be the young man in the hat. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior showman goes to Zachary Griffith, and reserve champion will go to Bailey Smith.